How to Analyze People with Dark Psychology. A speed guide to reading body language on sight. Recognize personalities. Avoid manipulation. And use the secrets of emotional intelligence to your advantage. Written by Leo Sanders. Narrated by Bonnie Rogers. Introduction. Psychology is the study of the mind and actions. It includes the biological, social, and environmental forces that influence how people think, act, and feel. Psychology is from the Greek word psyche, which means life or breath. Soul and self are two derived meanings of the term. Gaining a deeper understanding of psychology will help people gain insights into their behavior and a better understanding of others. Psychology involves the science of the mind and behavior. Psychology includes the study of conscious and unconscious phenomena, as well as emotions and thoughts. It's a vast research area with numerous possibilities. Psychologists want to learn more about brain emergent properties and the wide variety of phenomena associated with those emergent properties, and therefore join the broader neuroscientific group. Social science attempts to understand individuals and cultures by identifying universal principles and analyzing specific cases. A psychologist is a professional practitioner or researcher known as a psychological, behavioral, or cognitive scientist in this field. Psychologists investigate the physiological and biological processes underlying cognitive functions and behaviors, and the role of mental functions in person and social activity. Perception, cognition, attention, sentiment, intellect, subjective perceptions, motivation, brain functioning, and personality are all topics studied by psychologists. This includes interpersonal relationships, psychological resilience, family resilience, and other areas where people communicate. Psychologists often consider the unconscious mind with various perspectives. Psychologists use analytical approaches to infer causal and correlational associations between psychosocial variables. Some psychologists, especially clinical and counseling psychologists, use symbolic analysis and other inductive techniques, and, in contrast to, analytical and deductive approaches. Medicine draws psychological research from neurology and psychiatry, while social sciences most commonly draw directly from subdisciplines within psychology, making psychology a hub science. Although psychological expertise is often applied to evaluating and treating mental health issues, it is often used to understand and solve problems in a wide range of human endeavors. According to many sources, psychology's main goal is to serve society. The majority of psychologists work in a therapeutic capacity, whether in clinical, counseling, or school environments. Many work in university psychology departments or teach in other academic environments, conducting experimental studies on various topics related to mental processes and actions, like medical schools or hospitals. Some work in industrial and corporate environments and fields like human development and aging, athletics, fitness, the media, criminal investigation, and other legal aspects. Psychology's most visible use is in mental health, where psychologists use values, studies, and clinical observations to assist clients in managing and overcoming mental disorders and psychological illness symptoms. Developing educational programs, ergonomics, informing public policy, mental health treatment, performance enhancement, personal health and well-being, psychological research, self-help, social program design, and understanding child development. It isn't easy to encompass all psychology entails in a single description. Still, growth, personality, perceptions, feelings, emotions, motives, and social behaviors are just a few examples of what psychology aims to understand, predict, and describe. Psychology is a discipline that benefits both people and society as a whole, both applied and academic. When it comes to psychology's effect, a large portion of it is devoted to diagnosing and treating mental health problems. But that's just the beginning. Improving our comprehension of why people behave as they do. Understanding the many factors that can influence the human mind and actions. Understanding problems that affect health, everyday life, and well-being are only a few ways psychology benefits individuals and society. Improving ergonomics to improve product design. Creating safer and more effective workplaces. Assisting people in reaching their objectives. And can efficiency. Psychologists achieve these goals by analyzing, explaining, and predicting human actions using empirical scientific methods. Psychological research is well structured, with a theory that is then empirically evaluated. There's a lot of misunderstanding about psychology out there. Unfortunately, stereotyped portrayals of psychologists in mass media and the varied career paths of those with psychology degrees contribute to widespread myths regarding psychology. Some counselors assist with the investigation of crimes, and numerous clinicians assist individuals with mental health problems. However, there are psychologists who help create technologies and computer systems, contribute to developing healthy workplaces, design and execute public health programs, research airplane protection, and study military life as well as the psychological effects of war. Regardless of where they practice, psychologists' main objectives are to help describe, explain, anticipate, and influence human actions. Both philosophy and biology can be traced back to the beginnings of psychology. These two subjects have been debated since the time of Aristotle and Socrates, among other early Greek thinkers. In 1879, Wilhelm Wundt founded the first experimental psychology lab in Leipzig, Germany, marking psychology as a distinct and independent field of study. Various schools of thought have developed throughout psychology's history to understand the human mind and actions. Certain schools of thought have risen to dominate the world of psychology for some time, in some cases. Here are some of the main psychological schools of thought. Structuralism. The structuralism of Wundt and Titchener was the first school of thought, but others soon followed. Functionalism. William James, an early psychologist and philosopher, was affiliated with the functionalism school of thought, which centered on the purpose of human consciousness and action. Psychoanalysis. These early schools of thought gave way to several prominent and dominant approaches to psychology. The psychoanalysis of Sigmund Freud focused on how the unconscious mind influenced human actions. Behaviorism. The behavioral school of thought aimed to make psychology study observable actions rather than internal effects on behavior. Humanistic psychology. Later on, the humanistic approach emphasized the value of personal development and self-actualization. And cognitive psychology. The cognitive revolution sparked research into internal mental processes, such as reasoning, decision-making, language production, and memory in the 1960s and 1970s. Although these schools of thought are often seen as antagonistic, each has contributed to our understanding of psychology. As you can see, despite being a relatively new discipline, psychology has a vast amount of complexity and scope. Psychology is mostly concerned with assessing, diagnosing, and treating mental illness, although it includes much more than mental health. Today, psychologists are working better to understand various facets of the human mind and actions, contributing to our awareness of how people think and creating realistic applications that significantly affect daily lives. Chapter 1. Brief History of Psychology. In the 1830s, Gustav Fechner began conducting psychophysics research in Leipzig, articulating the theory, Weber-Fechner law, that the human experience varies logarithmically in proportion to its intensity. Kant's stricture against the quantitative analysis of the mind was questioned in Fechner's 1860 Elements of Psychophysics. Parallel research on sensory perception was performed in Heidelberg by Hermann von Helmholtz, who also trained physiologist Wilhelm Wundt. Wundt, in turn, came to Leipzig University and founded the psychological laboratory that gave the world experimental psychology. Wundt was inspired by recent developments in chemistry and its active study of the elements and structure of matter to break down mental processes into their most basic components. Soon after, Paul Flechsig and Emil Kraepelin founded another prominent psychology laboratory in Leipzig, devoted to experimental psychiatry. Wundt's laboratory was quickly followed by psychologists in Germany, Denmark, Austria, England, and the United States. G. Stanley Hall, a student of Wundt's, founded a globally influential psychology lab at Johns Hopkins University in Maryland. Yujiro Motora, who introduced experimental psychology to the Imperial University of Tokyo with a focus on psychophysics, was trained by Hall. Hugo Munstenberg, Wundt's assistant, taught psychology at Harvard to students like Narendra Nath Sengupta, who founded a psychology department and laboratory at the University of Calcutta in 1905. Walter Dill Scott, Leitner Whitmer, and James McKean Cattell, all Wundt alumni, designed mental capacity assessments. After studying with eugenicist Francis Galton, Cattell went on to found the Psychological Corporation. Whitmer specialized in child mental assessment, while Scott specialized in employee selection. Edward Titchener, another Wundt student, founded Cornell University's psychology program and promoted a structuralist psychology theory. Structuralism attempted to describe and explore various facets of the mind, mainly through introspection. Functionalism, a more expansive philosophy advanced by William James, John Dewey, and Harvey Carr, was more attuned to human environmental behavior. In 1890, James published The Principles of Psychology, a seminal work built on structuralism, famously represented the human stream of consciousness and piqued the interest of many American students in the field. Dewey combined psychology and social concerns, most prominently by championing progressive schooling to assimilate refugees and instill universal standards in children. Under the leadership of Horatio G. Piero at the University of Buenos Aires, a new strain of experimentalism originated in South America with a stronger link to physiology. Beginning with Ivan Sechenov's 1873 essay, Who is to Develop Psychology and How?, Russia, too, put a greater focus on the biological basis for psychology. Sechenov popularized the concept of brain reflexes and pushed a deterministic interpretation of human nature. The Gestalt Psychology School was founded by Wolfgang Kohler, Max Wertheimer, and Kurt Koffka. Individuals view things as unified wholes, according to this perspective. Rather than breaking down thoughts and action into smaller components, as did structuralism, the Gestaltists believe that the whole of experience is essential and distinct from its parts. Other 19th century contributors include German psychologist Hermann Ebbinghaus, who pioneered the experimental study of memory at the University of Berlin and developed quantitative models of remembering and forgetting, and Russian-Soviet physiologist Ivan Pavlov, who discovered a learning mechanism in dogs that were later called classical conditioning and applied to humans. Early experimental psychologists distinguished themselves from parapsychology, which attracted a lot of attention in the late 1800s, including from academics like William James, and represented the majority of what people called psychology. The early international congresses focused on parapsychology, hypnotism, and psychism. However, students in these fields were subsequently shunned and expelled from Congress in 1900 to 1905. For a time, parapsychology was tolerated at Imperial University, with publications such as Tomokichi Fukurai's Clairvoyance and Thoughtography, but it was largely abandoned by 1913. Psychology, as a discipline, has long fought claims that it is a soft science. Thomas Kuhn, a philosopher of science, claimed in 1962 that psychology was in the pre-paradigm state, missing the consensus on overarching theory found in mature sciences, like chemistry and physics. Critics claim that psychology is not an empirical science, since certain fields of psychology depend on testing techniques, such as surveys and questionnaires. Personality, perception, and emotion, according to skeptics, cannot be calculated directly and must instead be derived from ambiguous self-reports, which can be troublesome. Experimental psychologists have devised several methods for indirectly measuring these enigmatic phenomenological entities. Within the discipline, there are also divisions, with some psychologists emphasizing the diverse experiences of individuals, which cannot be understood solely as data points within a broader population. Critics both within and outside the field have claimed that mainstream psychology has been increasingly dominated by a cult of empiricism that restricts the reach of its research by using only physical science methods. According to feminist criticisms, claims to scientific objectivity mask the principles and plan of historically mostly male researchers. Jean Grimshaw, for example, claims that by attempting to influence actions, conventional psychological science has advanced a patriarchal agenda. The study of thought, or the mental mechanisms that underpin mental behavior, is known as cognitive psychology. Research topics include perception, concentration, reasoning, thought, problem-solving, memory, learning, language, and emotion. Classical cognitive psychology is linked to cognitivism, a school of thought based on functionalism and experimental psychology that advocates for an information processing model of mental function. Starting in the 1950s, the experimental methods pioneered by Wundt, James, Ebbinghaus, and others reappeared as experimental psychology became more cognitivist, focused on knowledge and its processing, and gradually became a part of cognitive science. Since it defied both behaviorism's anti-mentalist dogma and psychoanalysis strictures, this development was dubbed the cognitive revolution. Albert Bandura and other social learning theorists argued that a child's environment would contribute to the actions of an observant subject. Chapter 2. Understanding Dark Psychology. Dark psychology is the study of the human condition related to individuals' psychological essence, driven by criminal and/or deviant drives that lack intent and general assumptions of instinctual drives and the theory of social science to manipulate other individuals. To victimize other individuals and living beings, all of mankind has this ability. However, This urge is restrained or sublimated by many, and some act upon these impulses. Dark psychology attempts to explain certain emotions, feelings, beliefs, and emotional processing mechanisms that contribute to predatory activity antithetical to human behavior's contemporary understandings. Dark psychology believes that 99.99% of the time, violent, deviant, and abusive actions are intentional and have logical, goal-oriented motivation. It is the remaining 0.01%, part of the Adlerian principle and the teleology of dark psychology. Dark psychology postulates an area inside the human mind that causes specific individuals to perform atrocious actions without intent. In this philosophy, the dark singularity has been coined. Dark psychology believes that lacking any coherent rationality, all humanity has a reservoir of malevolent intent against others, ranging from minimally obtrusive and transient thoughts to pure psychopathic deviant actions. This is called the spectrum of the shadow. What dark psychology calls the dark factor is the mitigating factors that serve as accelerants and/or attractants to reach the dark singularity, and where the heinous acts of an individual fall on the dark spectrum. Brief introductions are shown below to these definitions. It was only recently that the meaning, theory, and psychology of this part of the human experience were eventually conceptualized. According to the American Psychological Association, psychology is the study of the mind and behavior. It is the investigation of the mind, how it functions, and how it influences actions. The APA goes on to say that it embraces all facets of the human condition, from brain functions to nation-state behavior, from child growth to elderly treatment. Psychologists and psychiatrists collaborate to support individuals suffering from mental illnesses, but they are not the same. Psychotherapy is how a psychologist helps a patient alleviate symptoms by changing their behavior. The psychiatrist's position as a medical doctor focuses on administering drugs and other treatments to treat mental illnesses. Facts about psychology. Psychology is the study of human actions and mental processes. There are many forms of psychology, including cognitive, forensic, social, and developmental psychology. An individual with a mental health disorder may benefit from a psychologist's evaluation and care. Behavioral adaptations can be the subject of a psychologist's care. A psychiatrist is a medical doctor that specialized in treating mental disorders with medication. Since the mind is so diverse, mental illnesses can be difficult to manage. Thought cycles, thoughts, memories, visions, beliefs, and so on, unlike a skin rash or a heart defect, cannot be seen visually. Although certain mental health conditions have physical manifestations, such as the plaques that form with Alzheimer's disease, many psychological explanations are focused on observation of human actions. A practicing psychiatrist will consult with patients, conduct interviews to determine their needs and the root of any problems, and then prescribe or offer medication, such as counseling and psychotherapy. Psychologists may also serve in other capacities. They can conduct research to advise health authorities and other bodies on social and other policies, evaluate children who struggle in school, offer workshops on bullying prevention, work with company recruitment teams, and much more. Branches of psychology. There are various forms of psychology, each with its own set of goals. There is no one-size-fits-all approach to categorizing them, but here are some popular types. Clinical psychology. Clinical psychology is a field of psychology that incorporates science, theory, and practice to understand better, predict, and manage problems, such as adjustment, disability, and discomfort. It encourages personal growth, adaptation, and adjustment. A clinical psychologist studies the cognitive, mental, biological, psychological, social, and behavioral aspects of human success throughout a person's life, regardless of culture or socioeconomic status. Clinical psychology can aid in the understanding, prevention, and treatment of psychologically induced depression or dysfunction, as well as the promotion of an individual's well-being and personal growth. Clinical psychology is mostly concerned with psychological evaluation and psychotherapy, but clinical psychologists are also involved in testing, teaching, forensic evidence, and other fields. Cognitive psychology. Internal mental mechanisms, such as problem solving, memory, learning, and language, are studied in cognitive psychology. It examines people's thinking, perceptions, communication, memory, and learning. Neuroscience, philosophy, and linguistics are all closely linked. Cognitive psychologists study how people gather, process, and store data. Enhancing memory, increasing decision-making accuracy, or setting up educational programs to boost learning are practical applications. Developmental psychology. This is the empirical study of a person's systemic psychological changes over their lifetime, also known as human growth. Its target audience includes babies and young children, and adolescents, adults, and the elderly. Motor skills, problem solving, moral awareness, language acquisition, emotions, personality, self-concept, and identity development are factors. It also considers how a person's characteristics interact with environmental influences and how this affects growth, and how inherent mental structures compare to learning through experience. Linguistics, for example, overlaps with developmental psychology. Evolutionary psychology. Evolutionary psychology studies how psychological changes in human actions, such as language, have influenced human behavior over time. According to an evolutionary psychologist, many human psychological characteristics are adaptive because they have helped us live for thousands of years. Forensic psychology. Forensic psychology is the application of psychology in criminal cases and the law. In the criminal justice system and civil courts, a forensic psychologist applies psychology as a discipline. It entails evaluating the psychological factors that may affect a case or action, and then presenting the results in court. Health psychology. Behavioral medicine or medical psychology are other terms for health psychology. It studies how disease and health are influenced by nature, genetics, and social context. A physician will also look at the biological causes of disease first, while a clinical psychologist will concentrate on the entire person and how their health status is influenced. This may include their social status, schooling, history, and habits that could affect the disease, like following directions and taking medication. In clinical settings, health psychologists typically collaborate with other medical professionals. Neuropsychology. This is the study of the structure and function of the brain about actions, and psychological processes are known as neuropsychology. If a disorder includes brain lesions and tests that include recording electrical activity in the brain, neuropsychology may be involved. Following a suspected or diagnosed brain injury, such as a stroke, a neuropsychological assessment is used to assess if an individual is likely to have behavioral problems. The findings may require a doctor to prescribe medication to aid the person in reversing any cognitive damage. Occupational psychology. Occupational or organizational psychologists evaluate and make suggestions on people's success at work and in school. They assist businesses in finding more efficient ways to operate and comprehend how individuals and groups act at work. This data will aid in increasing productivity, performance, work satisfaction, and employee retention. Social psychology. To explain how social forces affect human behavior, social psychology employs scientific techniques. It aims to understand how other people's real, perceived, or inferred existence affects one's emotions, actions, and thoughts. Group behavior, social cognition, nonverbal behavior, conformity, aggression, bias, and leadership are all examined by a social psychologist. Understanding social activity requires an understanding of the social experience and social interaction. Military, consumer, educational, cross-cultural, and environmental psychology are other psychology divisions. The number of divisions are increasing. Psychology was in ancient Greece, Egypt, India, Persia, and China in a metaphysical sense thousands of years ago. Plato proposed that thought processes occur in the brain in 387 BCE, while Aristotle proposed taking place in the heart in 335 BCE. Avicenna was a prominent Muslim doctor who researched and treated epilepsy, nightmares, and poor memory. He was born in 980 AD. In medieval times, Islamic doctors are said to have founded the first hospitals to treat mental disorders. Franz Mesmer suggested in 1774 that hypnosis, or mesmerism, could aid in the treatment of certain mental illnesses. Philippe Pinel released the first mentally ill patients from solitary confinement in 1793, signaling a more compassionate treatment. Wilhelm Wundt of Germany founded psychology as a separate experimental area of study in 1879. At Leipzig University, he founded the first laboratory dedicated solely to psychological science. Wundt is regarded as the founder of psychology today. William James, an American philosopher, wrote a book called Principles of Psychology in 1890. For decades, psychologists all over the world debated it. Same year, New York State passed the State Care Act, which required people with mental illnesses to leave their homes and seek help in a hospital. Under the leadership of G. Stanley Hall, the American Psychological Association, APA, was founded in 1890. Hermann Ebbinghaus, who worked at the University of Berlin from 1850 to 1909, was the first psychologist to research memory in depth. Ivan Pavlov, that lived from 1849 to 1936, pioneered conditioning by conducting a famous experiment in which dogs salivated when they expected food. Sigmund Freud, an Austrian who lived from 1856 to 1939, founded psychoanalysis, a form of psychotherapy. To better understand the mind, he used interpretive approaches, introspection, and clinical findings. Unconscious conflict, mental distress, and psychopathology were among his specialties. The unconscious, according to Freud, is responsible for the majority of people's thoughts and behavior, as well as mental health issues. E.B. Titchener, an American, was a firm believer in structuralism, asking, "What is consciousness?" Functionalism raised the question of, what is consciousness for, was a firm belief of William James and John Dewey. The debate between functionalists and structuralists sparked a surge in interest in psychology in the United States and elsewhere, culminating in creating the United States' first psychology laboratory at Johns Hopkins University. Behaviorism. John B. Watson, an American psychologist, formed a new movement in 1913 that shifted psychology's emphasis. He argued that behavior is the product of how we react to the world, not of internal mental processes. The focus of behaviorism was on how people learn new behaviors from their surroundings. Humanism. Behaviorism and psychoanalytic theory are seen as too dehumanizing by humanists. They argued that we are innately good and that our mental mechanisms play an active role in our actions, rather than becoming victims of the environment or the unconscious. Emotions, free will, and a subjective understanding of experience are highly valued in the humanist movement. Cognitive theory. Cognitive theory is the most recent school of thought in psychology, having been introduced in the 1970s. Cognitive psychologists claim that we absorb information from our surroundings through our senses, and then mentally process it by storing, controlling, recalling, and comparing it to previously stored information. Language, memory, learning, visual processes, mental illness, and dreams are studied using cognitive theory. Nowadays, psychologists study all of these methods and choose the one that tends to be the most effective for any given situation. Your partner is a mirror that shows your dark side. All of us get into a romantic relationship sooner or later. We tend to do a lot of insane things without considering the consequences. More often than not, these are the people spending the best of our time and worst of all. This is the person spending the best of our time and the worst of all. Some relationships last a lifetime, while others withers away very soon. It is also true that our partners are only people with whom we enjoy doing most of the things, be it traveling or enjoying at a pub or hanging out. But since we prefer to open up all of our thoughts to them, they also serve as a mirror to our soul. All our secrets and dilemmas lie naked in front of them. Eventually, it is our choice about what action we should take in addressing them. There is no problem if we share the light moments with our partners. But the real problem is when we choose to disclose our dark side. It is also believed that we subconsciously choose our mirror image as a partner who would do the same thing the same way we originally did. So, to continue with a healthy relationship, we must let the other person help us overcome the guilt and actions of our darker side. This may cause some initial inhibitions in the initial stages, but it's better to cure a problem than worsen. We should always approach these types of situations with a long-term goal in mind. The major problem that we face in a relationship is when we try to express ourselves as to how we are. The initial infatuation of the relationship takes a back seat, and we find that the other person is not what they seemed during the first few encounters. We gradually begin to see more and more of the negative things and get agitated. Slowly, the relationship becomes a sour affair, and we cannot wait long enough to move on. But needless to say, it is the time that should be dealt with serious maturity. We should always remember that everyone has a darker side, and the partners being the closest is the one who can help to let the other person cross over the line. It is very important to find the right questions to ask your crush so that the whole affair moves positively. The situations worsen when they start asking the validity of the things we do that may be entertaining but harmful. The perfect example could be Jesse Pinkman and his love interest, Jane Margolis, in Breaking Bad's famous TV series. We can very well see here that once an addict, Jane has been living sober for almost a year and a half and suddenly finds herself back again to drugs. She even blackmailed Walter White to pay the partnership amount to Jesse to continue to get high. These are the type of relationships that we must always avoid and ask the right questions at the right time. This is the only way we can help our partner get rid of his character's dark side. There may be occasions when one finds each other's attitude or actions irksome, but must try to determine the actual reason causing it. It is a long-time process, and both partners should approach it with extreme patience and caution. Otherwise, things could turn disastrous for them. Even the slightest provocation could prove to be the terminating factor for the relationship. Famous psychologists Linda and Charlie Bloom conducted many experiments to prove the effectiveness of different interactions between partners that can awaken the darker side and eventually help them to get rid of them. They constantly help couples break the ice regarding things left unsaid between them or lead to problems. Their consultations helped a lot of couples to face their demons in the relationship and get over them. Linda and Charlie used simulations and created scenarios that could trigger the negative side of the character. They used their vast skills in psychology to help the couple get over them. The major plus point of these interactions is that the couples who go through a few sessions facing their insecurities find a permanent cure and never make the same mistakes again in their relationship with their partner. The best thing about the consultations by Linda and Charlie lies in their understanding of the background and the reasons for such behavior. They hold a casual speaking session to analyze the problem's depth and take further actions depending upon their preliminary finds. So all tests and consultations are customized according to the people they meet and interact with. They even guide the couples to use the techniques in the future if any problem arises again. Real-life applications are much more important in such cases, and they are more than happy to provide them. Whatever the professional help may tell you, it is always important for us to understand the root of the problem to work and get past it. The psychologist suggests that the couples be interactive enough and always look for actions or conversation, bringing out their positive emotions. They also suggest that couples not react violently or act on impulse if their counterpart tries to describe the toll any dark action is taking on each other. They should talk with a just cause and try to root out the problem to benefit either one. Also, not addressing any problem won't help. Proper communication and belief in the other person are the keys to solving any pending issues between them. They can counter it without taking any external help. Types of psychology. Psychology is a wide and diverse discipline that studies human thinking, action, growth, personality, emotion, and motivation, among other things. As a result, a variety of subfields and specialty areas have developed. The following are some of the most important fields of psychology study and application. Abnormal psychology is the study of psychopathology and abnormal behavior. This specialty field is related to psychotherapy, which clinical psychology focuses on the study and treatment of several mental illnesses. Biological psychology, or biopsychology, is the branch of psychology that examines how biological mechanisms affect the mind and actions. This field is closely related to neuroscience and uses MRI and PET scans to examine brain damage and anomalies. Clinical psychology focuses on evaluating, diagnosing, and treating mental illnesses. The study of human thought processes, such as concentration, memory, perception, decision-making, problem-solving, and language learning, is known as cognitive psychology. Comparative psychology is a study of psychology that studies animal behavior. Developmental psychology is a branch of psychology that studies how people grow and evolve over their lives, including cognitive skills, morality, social functioning, personality, and other aspects of life. Forensic psychology is psychology concerned with applying psychological concepts and interpretation to legal and criminal justice systems. Industrial organizational psychology is indeed a branch of psychology that focuses on improving job efficiency and employee selection through psychological analysis. Personality psychology is studying how people's personalities evolve and the patterns of emotions, behaviors, and characteristics that distinguish each individual. Group behavior, social effects on individual behavior, attitudes, bias, conformity, violence, and related subjects are covered by social psychology. Chapter 3: Dark Side of the Idea of Human Consciousness. Dark psychology is both a construct of human consciousness and a study of the human condition related to individuals' psychological essence, driven by psychopathic, deviant, or psychopathological criminal drives that lack the intent and general assumptions of instinctual drives, evolutionary biology, and the theory of social sciences. Humanity as a whole can victimize humans and other living beings. However, this urge is restrained or sublimated by many, and some act upon these impulses. Dark psychology investigates the minds of terrorists, deviants, and cybercriminals. Dark psychology is the study of the human condition as it applies to individuals' psychological nature to prey on others. Humanity has this propensity to victimize other individuals and living beings. However, this urge is restrained or sublimated by many, and some act upon these impulses. Dark psychology attempts to explain the feelings, emotions, and beliefs that contribute to humans' predatory activity. Dark psychology claims that 99.99% of the time, this development is purposeful and has some logical, goal-oriented motivation. Under dark psychology, the remaining 0.01% is the violent victimization of others without willful intent or fairly described by evolutionary science or religious ideology. If not squashed, eye predators and their acts of robbery, violence, and abuse would become a worldwide phenomenon and social epidemic over the next century. Cyberstalkers, cyberbullies, cyberterrorism, cybercriminals, online sexual predators, and political and religious fanatics engaged in cyber warfare are segments of eye predators. As much as dark psychology considers all criminal and deviant behavior on a spectrum of seriousness and purposeful intent, the eye predator theory fits the same structure, but includes information and communication, technology, harassment, assault, and online victimization. The eye predator definition is as follows. Eye predator: a person, community, or nation that engages, directly or indirectly, in the exploitation, victimization, intimidation, stalking, theft, or disregard of others using information and communication technology, ICT. Bizarre delusions, impulses for power and influence, revenge, religious fanaticism, political reprisal, mental disorder, perceptual distortions, recognition by peers, personal and financial gain drive eye predators. Eye predators are not bound by economic status, race, religion, or national heritage, and may be any age or gender. Eye predator is a global term used to differentiate anyone who uses ICT to indulge in illegal, manipulative, deviant, or abusive behaviors. The idea that information age offenders, deviants, and the aggressively disturbed are psychopathological classifications new to mankind is fundamental to the build. They fall within reach of eye predator, whether the attacker is a cyberstalker, cyber harasser, cyber criminal, online sexual abuser, internet troll, cyber terrorist, cyber bully, online child pornography consumer or distributor, or involved in internet defamation or nefarious online deception. To identify an eye predator, the 3 parameters used include a self-awareness, directly or indirectly, of causing damage to others using ICT. The use of ICT to collect, share, and deliver harmful data. Cyber stealth is a general understanding used to engage in illegal or deviant activities or profile, classify, locate, stalk, and engage a target. Unlike human predators before the information era, the multitude of advantages provided by information and communications technology was relied on by eye predators. These aids include the long-distance sharing of information, the speed of information exchanged, and the almost unlimited access to data. Malevolent in nature, in the abstract and artificial electronic world known as cyberspace, eye predators habitually mislead others using ICT. As the Internet inevitably provides anonymity to all ICT users, eye predators are, therefore, actively developing online identities and diversionary strategies to remain undetected and untraceable if they decide. Cyber stealth, eye predator's subtenet, is an undercover technique by which eye predators attempt to build and preserve full secrecy when participating in ICT activities, preparing their next attack, researching new surveillance technology, or researching their new target's social profiles. Similar to the principle of cyber stealth, eye predator victim intuition is their ability to sense the ODDOR, offline distress dictates online response, of a goal, online and offline vulnerabilities, psychological limitations, technical constraints, improving their cyber attack performance with minimal repercussions. Arsonist. The arsonist is a person who is fascinated with the setting of fires. Such people also have sexual and physical abuse-filled developmental records. The tendency to be loners, have few peers, and are utterly fascinated by fire and fire setting is popular among serial arsonists. Serial arsonists are particularly ritualistic and appear to show pattern practices concerning their fire-setting methodologies. Preoccupied with the fire setting, arsonists also fantasize and fixate on how to plan their episodes of fire setting. Some arsonists feel sexual arousal once their target is set ablaze and continue with masturbation while watching. The serial arsonist feels pride in his deeds, considering their pathological and ritualistic habits. Necrophilia. Thanatophobia, necrophilia, and necrology characterize the same type of disordered individual. These are people who have sexual attraction to corpses. The American Psychiatric Association's Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders classifies necrophilia as paraphilia. Paraphilia is a biomedical concept used to describe a person's sexual desire and concern for things, conditions, or persons that are not part of a normative stimulation and can cause them to suffer or cause serious problems. Hence, the paraphilia of a necrophile is sexual arousal by an entity, a deceased human. Experts who have compiled necrophile profiles suggest that they have great trouble finding the desire to be intimate with others. For these individuals, rather than sexual intimacy with a living person, sexual intimacy with the dead feels comfortable and stable. In interviews, necrophiles mention feeling a great sense of control while in the company of a corpse. The primary need for perceived power becomes secondary to an understanding of relations. Serial killer. A serial killer is an actual human predator, commonly identified as anyone who murders 3 or more individuals over 30 days or more. Interviews with most serial killers have shown that between each murder, they undergo a cooling-off time. The cooling-off phase of the serial killer is a perceptual refractory period whereby they are temporarily satisfied with their desire to inflict others pain. Experts in criminal psychology have hypothesized that their motive to kill is to pursue an experience of psychological pleasure obtained only by violence. These individuals experience a sense of release combined with egotistical control after they kill. The experience gives them such fun that they become unwilling to feel the experience of liberation and pleasure again. The word serial killings implies a sequence of 3 or more killings, not less than one of which was committed in the United States, with standard features such as suggesting the fair probability that the same actor or actors were responsible for the crimes. In their killings, sexual harassment, rape, humiliation, and torture are frequently involved. In addition to frustration, rage, attention-seeking, thrill-seeking, and monetary gain, experts at the Federal Bureau of Investigations have outlined other motives. In their choice of victims, how they murder their targets, and methods of disposal of the body, serial killers also show common threads. Trained in behavioral science, criminal analysts conclude that serial killers have a history of significant mental, behavioral, and social pathology. Serial killers, while not utter, appear to be loners who have trouble engaging in functional relationships. 4 examples of offenders and offender groups committing coercive and/or violent, bizarre acts that share the common bond of possessing severe psychiatric deficiencies and skewed worldviews are presented above. These extreme psychiatry and/or personality constructs, which can metastasize during their life, defy explanation. What about these human predators? How do they act in their everyday lives and socialize? These brief profiles speak volumes about the human condition's dark existence. They are all perceptual loners with deep-seated powers that control their decision-making skills, in addition to all sharing moderate to extreme psychopathology. As with the serial killer, the serial arsonist may not target other individuals or find pleasure from becoming a human predator. Still, he genuinely feels joy and delight from his fire environment. He feels a sense of achievement from the destruction that he has created, in addition to pleasure. His fire-setting episodes are highly dangerous, considering that he can harm others. But his modus operandi is not the purpose of causing pain or bodily harm. For the serial arsonist, his sense of pride and warped understanding of completing a brilliant feat of genius are the main payoffs. At times, his perverted sense of success causes him to become sexually excited, and masturbation ensues. The arsonist's conduct is objectionable, unlawful, and deadly, but does not usually involve premeditated murder. They're living inside an abyss of hellish obsession. Although the necrophile does not inflict suffering or victimize others, his acts are exceedingly strange and lack any sense of logic. The necrophile's desire for perceived dominance is so insidious that he develops a sexual appeal to a corpse. Only imagine what it would be like for him to feel. A dead body that is expressionless and devoid of warmth sexually arouses him. During sexual activity, most people yearn for attachment, but the necrophile does not need this. He is produced by the experience of complete and utter disconnection. His mind has reached a very dark realm. One of the most despotic characters manifesting from the dark side is the serial killer. The serial killer is usually a topic of mystery in films, court cases, and news reports. The nature of this epitome of deviant evil echoes a part of the human mind, which can be realistically witnessed only by the serial killer himself. The serial killer becomes addicted to murder, much as an alcoholic craves his next drink, or an opiate addict yearns for his next fix. When his crime has come to life, the serial killer talks of pleasure and an enhanced sense of release. The serial killer's sole attempt, unlike the necrophile or serial arsonist, is to extinguish existence. Sexual gratification by torturing their victims is a common theme for many of these assailants. Simultaneously, a common trend, other equally troubling impulses, cause their victims to be tortured. These 4 examples illustrate the degree to which people would go for strength, enjoyment, and/or goal achievement experience. All of the mentioned criminal profiles include assailants who feel a sense of satisfaction with their violent and/or heinous behavior. The fact is that these examples are nearly simple portraits of 4 segments of the male and female population who are involved in violent, abusive, or deviant acts. It is very detailed and elaborate to the degree to which humans would go for sexual pleasure, perceived dominance, or financial gain. Monsters and demons were the sources of much confusion before the advent of scientific advances and society's ability to clarify deviant human actions. Unable to comprehend how individuals could commit such crimes, the only plausible reason was supernatural entities. Early cultures concocted stories and tales of demonic beings instead of fearing their neighbors. The night was prowled by werewolves, witches, and ghosts hunting their prey. Although contemporary culture considers itself as advanced in its ability to recognize humans' ability to perform violent and heinous acts, it remains challenging to learn how to minimize and/or avoid bizarre and deadly behavior committed by humans. The only community of living organisms that engage in behavior antithetical to our survival is our species. Dark psychology includes all that makes us who we are in comparison to the dark side of ourselves. There is this proverbial disease in all cultures, all religions, and all humanity. There is a side lurking inside us from the moment we are born until the time of death, all that some have called evil and others have described as criminal, deviant, and pathological. A third psychological framework is introduced by dark psychology, which approaches these practices differently from religious dogmas and theories of mainstream social science. It is the person who is not interested in his fellow men who has the most significant life difficulties and provides others with the greatest hurt. All human failures spring from among such people. A quote by Alfred Adler. Some people commit these same actions and do so not for power, money, sex, revenge, or any other known intent, as dark psychology postulates. Without a target, they commit these horrid actions. Their ends, condensed, do not justify their means. To do so, Some people violate and kill others. This ability is inside all of us. Dark psychology believes that we all have the capacity for predator activities, and our emotions, feelings, and perceptions have access to this capacity. As you can read in this manuscript, we all have this ability, but only a handful of us act upon it. At one time or another, all of us had thoughts and emotions of having to work brutally. We all had thoughts of wanting to hurt people without mercy seriously. You would have to admit that you have had thoughts and emotions of wanting to commit heinous crimes, if you are frank with yourself. Even though we consider ourselves a human race, we would like to assume that these thoughts and feelings are non-existent. Sadly, we all have these thoughts, and thankfully, we never act upon them. Dark psychology implies that individuals have the same feelings, emotions, and experiences, but work on them in premeditated or impulsive ways. The clear distinction is that they act upon them, while some merely have brief thoughts and emotions to do so. Dark psychology believes that this type of predator is intentional and has some logical, objective-oriented motivation. Religion, philosophy, psychology, and other dogmas sought to characterize dark psychology cogently. Most human conduct is indeed purposeful and goal-oriented, linked to evil actions. Still, dark psychology assumes an environment where intentional conduct and goal-oriented motivation tend to become nebulous. There is a spectrum in dark psychology victimization, ranging beyond any apparent rationality or intent, from thoughts to pure psychopathic deviance. The dark spectrum helps to conceptualize the dark psychology theory. Dark psychology examines the aspect of the human psyche or universal human condition that makes predatory activity possible and may even be impelled by it. In specific examples, its lack of apparent logical motivation, its universality, and its lack of predictability are behavioral tendencies. Dark psychology believes this essential human condition to be distinct or an extension of evolution. Let us look at some of evolution's most basic tenets. Second, remember that we have evolved from other animals and are currently the paradigm of all animal life. Our frontal lobe allowed us to become creatures of the apex. Let us now presume that being apex creatures does not entirely remove us from our animal instincts and predatory nature. The greater the sense of inferiority experienced, the stronger the urge to conquer, and the more violent the emotional agitation is. A quote by Alfred Adler. If you adhere to evolution, assuming this is valid, you think all action relates to three primary instincts. The three main human drives are sex, aggression, and the instinctual desire to self-sustain. Evolution follows the concept of survival of the species fittest and reproduction. We act in a way to procreate and live, along with all other life forms. To mark our territory, protect our environment, and ultimately gain the right to procreate, aggression occurs. It sounds logical, but it is no longer part of the human condition in the purest sense. The purpose of violence, although brutal and unfortunate, suits the evolutionary model of self-preservation. For food, which is essential for life, the lions kill. At times, male animals fight to the death for the ritual of territory or the will to power. All these actions, violent and brutal, are explained by evolution. Defiant people will always persecute others, but will always think themselves oppressed. A quote by Alfred Adler. They also harass and kill the youngest, smallest, or the females of the group while animals are hunting. Although this truth sounds psychopathic, their chosen prey's explanation is to decrease their own risk of injury or death. In this way, all animal life acts and behaves. The theory of evolution, natural selection, and instinct for survival and reproduction apply to all their brutal, aggressive, and bloody behavior. When it comes to the majority of life on our planet, as you can discover after listening to this manuscript, there are no dark psychology applications. We people are the ones who own what dark psychology is trying to find. When we look at the human experience, theories of evolution, natural selection, and animal instincts, and their theoretical tenets, tend to vanish. We are the only beings on the face of the planet that, without the excuse of procreation for the survival of the species, prey upon each other. Humans are the only species that, for inexplicable motivations, prey on others. Dark psychology examines the aspect of the human psyche, or universal human condition, that makes predatory activity possible and may even be impelled by it. Dark psychology believes that there is something intrapsychic that affects and is anti-evolutionary in our behavior. For purposes other than life, food, territory, or procreation, we are the only species that can murder each other. Dark psychology frequently believes that this dark side is unforeseeable, unpredictable in the awareness of who acts on these risky urges, and even more unpredictable of others' lengths, would go negated in their sense of mercy. Without cause or intent, some people rape, murder, and torture. Dark psychology speaks to these acts, without clearly specified motives, of behaving like a predator searching out human prey. As humans, to ourselves and any other living beings, we are extremely dangerous. There are several explanations for this, and dark psychology seeks to examine specific hazardous components. Chapter 4. Techniques to read people. Logic alone cannot tell you everything there is to know about someone. You must surrender to other sources of essential knowledge to learn to read people's critical, nonverbal intuitive cues. To do so, you must be able to let go of any preconceptions or emotional baggage that prevents you from seeing others clearly, such as old resentments or ego clashes. The key is to maintain objectivity and to collect information without bias. If you want to read your manager, coworker, or partner correctly, you must let go of some prejudices and break down some barriers. You must be able to let go of old, restricting thoughts, no matter how brilliant your intellect is. People who are skilled at reading others are also trained to read the unseen. They've learned to use their super senses to look beyond where you normally focus your attention to gain life-changing intuitive insights. Techniques in the art of people reading. The first technique is to pay attention to body language cues. According to research, words account for just 7% of how we communicate, while body language, 55%, and voice tone, 30%, account for the remainder. The surrender to concentrate on here lets go of reading body language cues as precisely as possible. Don't be too analytical or intense. Maintain a calm and fluid state of mind. Make yourself at ease. Take a seat and observe. 1. Be conscious of people's appearance. Note these things when reading people. Are they dressed for success? In a power suit and well-polished shoes, showing ambition? Jeans and a t-shirt, showing a relaxed attitude? Is a cleavage-bearing top a seductive choice? A pendant with a sacred meaning, such as a cross or a Buddha? 2. Pay attention to people's posture. When assessing people's posture, consider whether they have a high, confident head. Or do they stutter or cower, both of which are signs of low self-esteem? Do they strut around with a puffed-up chest as if they have a huge ego? 3. Keep an eye out for physical movements. Leaning and distance. Pay attention to how people lean. We seem to gravitate toward people we like and away from people we don't. Arms and legs crossed. This posture denotes defensiveness, indignation, or self-defense. When people cross their legs, they usually point the top leg's toes towards the person with whom they are most comfortable. Covering one's hands. Hiding one's hands in one's lap, pockets, or behind one's back means that one is concealing something. Lip biting or cuticle picking. People bite or kiss their lips or pick at their cuticles to alleviate discomfort or an unpleasant situation. 4. Interpret facial expression. Emotions will leave a permanent mark on our faces. Deep frown lines suggest worry or overthinking. The joy smile lines are crow's feet. Rage, disdain, or bitterness are all shown by pursed lips. Tension is manifested by clenched jaws and teeth grinding. The second method is to pay attention to your intuition. You can read someone's body language and read their thoughts. What your gut thinks, not what your brain thinks, is intuition. Rather than logic, you interpret nonverbal knowledge through images and ahas. When it comes to understanding someone, it's important to focus on who they are rather than their appearance. Intuition allows you to see beyond the obvious to uncover a deeper tale. Intuitive Cues Checklist. 1. Trust your instincts. Listen to your gut instincts, particularly during first meetings, when you experience a visceral reaction before you have a chance to think. It indicates whether or not you are at ease. Gut feelings are a primal reaction that happens rapidly. What your gut thinks, not what your brain thinks, is intuition. Rather than logic, you interpret nonverbal knowledge through images and ahas. They're your internal truth detector, determining whether or not you can trust others. Intuition allows you to see beyond the obvious to uncover a deeper tale. 2. Feel the goosebumps. Goosebumps are wonderful, intuitive tingles that indicate that we are moved or inspired by others, or that they are saying something that strikes a chord with us. Goosebumps can also occur when you have déjà vu, which is the sensation of knowing someone you've never met before. 3. Pay attention to flashes of insight. You could get an aha moment in a discussion about people who appear out of nowhere. Maintain vigilance. You might miss it if you don't. We tend to move on to the next thought so quickly that we miss critical insights. 4. Keep an eye out for intuitive empathy. People's physical signs and feelings can often be felt in your body, a powerful source of empathy. So, while reading people, take note of the following. Does my back hurt now that it didn't before? Is it possible that I'm sad or frustrated as a result of an uneventful meeting? Obtain reviews to decide whether this is empathy. The third methodology, emotional energy detection. Emotions are a beautiful manifestation of our energy or the vibe we emit. Our intuition picks these up. Some people make you feel good. They boost your mood and vitality. Others drain you, and you instinctively want to flee. Though it is invisible, this subtle force can be felt inches or feet away from the body. It's known as qi in Chinese medicine, and it's a strength that's crucial to good health. 1. Recognize the presence of others. This is the total amount of energy we produce, which isn't always consistent with our words or actions. It's the emotional aura, like a rain cloud or the sun, that surrounds us. Take a note of people when you read. Do they have a friendly presence that draws you in? Or are you getting the creeps and need to back off? 2. Keep an eye on the people around you. Our eyes convey a great deal of energy. Studies show that the eyes project an electromagnetic pulse that extends beyond the body, much as the brain does. Take the time to look into people's eyes. Do they give a damn? Are they sexy? Relaxed? What do they mean? Are you enraged? Look to see if they have someone at home in their eyes, as this could suggest the possibility of intimacy. Or do they appear to be hunkered down or guarded? 3. Take note of how a handshake, hug, and touch make you feel. Like an electrical current, we exchange emotional energy by physical touch. Do you get a wet, relaxed, and confident feeling from a handshake or hug? Or does it irritate you to the point that you want to leave? Are people's hands clammy, as if they're worried? Or is it limp, implying a lack of commitment and timidity? 4. Pay close attention to the sound of the speaker's voice as well as the laughter. The pitch and tone of our voice will reveal a lot about our feelings. Sound frequencies cause vibrations. When you're reading others, pay attention to how their tone of voice affects you. Consider this. Does their voice have a calming effect on you? Or does it come off as abrasive, snippy, or whiny? Understanding bossism psychology. You got a call on your phone that day or evening while enjoying the party with your family and friends, and the screen displayed, "Boss is calling." What exactly did you do? Did you pick up the phone or let it ring? Did you call him back after a while? Or did you give him a message to see if he needed anything? Your reaction to these circumstances will be determined by the type of boss you have and your relationship with him or her. Neither good nor bad bosses exist. They fluctuate between good and bad, depending on the kind of boss they have. It's like swinging in the air while holding on to one end of a rope. The impact can be seen in the rope until the very end on the other side. In the same way, your boss's conduct alternates between good and bad. Whether you believe it or not, everybody in the business world has at least one person to whom they are accountable or to whom they are reporting, unless the person is the company's owner, in the case of the private limited company. The CEOs and managing directors of public limited companies are accountable to the board of directors. As a consequence, bear in mind that the supervisor has a boss as well. There has been no one who has been spared. Ensure that your manager is analyzing his or her boss in the same way you evaluate your boss on a scale of good, mediocre, or poor. In this segment, we'll explain and analyze the factors that influence a boss's actions and the psychology involved, and how to become a good boss. A few interesting things about your boss. Before we get started, let's review a few things about your boss that will help us better understand his or her psychology and behavior. 1. The boss is a human being with feelings, desires, worries, uncertainty, concerns, and problems just like you. 2. The primary motivation for someone aspiring to be a boss is to exert authority. In the same way that his employer tries to regulate his actions and movements, he wants to control and exploit those under him. 3. Bosses may be captains, team leaders, heads, managers, vice presidents, directors, or chief executive officers. The fact that he's on you and you're his subordinate is enough to prove that he's your boss and you're his subordinate. 4. The manager is accountable and responsible for both his and your results, deliverables, and goals. 5. Few of every boss's responsibilities include control, direct, make decisions, not only for self, but for the whole team, and take responsibility. Manage, resources, time, and people. Train, pass on his knowledge by way of training his subordinates. Lead, by setting an example and serving as a role model. Coach, to help his subordinates boost their performance. And mentor, pass on his legacy and experiences to the younger generation. All of these positions are played, or at least supposed to be played, by your manager during his professional career and as he rises through the ranks. Many bosses in many firms, on the other hand, are too comfortable with their task of governing, manipulating, and influencing to think about it. Bosses for the first time. It is impossible to be born with the ability to lead. Yes, you may have seen bullies in school, your class representatives, school captains, etc. But it is very different when you start working at a corporate level. It makes no difference what you did in high school or college. In the corporate world, you start a new inning, which can last 30 or 40 years. You begin your career, and as you learn new things and gain a better understanding of the complexities of working in a corporate environment, you begin to curse your boss. You begin to believe that your boss is a complete moron who knows nothing. You have the impression that he is biased, that he dislikes you, and that he will jeopardize your career and development, which at times can be true also, but not always. You keep going from company to company in search of a boss who thinks like you, not realizing that if that person had kept thinking like you, he would have remained at your level and not advanced to the role he has now. And then one day you get promoted to team leader. Like a beggar who wins $1 million in the lottery, but has no idea what to do with it. You have no idea what to do with your place. Then you recall all of your previous supervisors and try to imitate their actions and processes. You even attempt to impose your will on your subordinates. You start to take pleasure in other people's pain. When you see your subordinates working late at night, you feel proud and loved. You start treating your subordinates the same way you used to be treated by your superiors. The worst managers are the ones who are in charge for the first time. They are fearful. They become greedy as a result of the strength they have acquired for the first time. They begin to believe that they are the greatest manipulators globally and can get away with everything. They start to take over. In other words, they start doing everything they used to despise at one point. Now, their thought process shifts, and they believe that their subordinates aren't as hardworking as they are. Don't listen to or value them. No attention to detail and disobedient. Gossip regarding them in their absence. Are plotting anything against them. And they aren't as productive as they are. The process continues. Hello, and welcome to the world of sandwich work life. The promotion you earned in your last assessment, making you team leader after beating 3 more competitors. is just the start of the sandwich work life. The quicker you mature and understand stuff, the better for you and your growth. You will still have one team reporting to you and at least one boss reporting to you, as long as you remain in the corporate world. To advance in the hierarchy, you must consistently outperform your subordinates, while also pushing your boss up the ladder so that you can take his place. You must be an excellent leader for your team and a dependable subordinate for your superior. It is not easy. The majority of the bosses die here. In this role, you discover that your boss is poor 8 out of the 10 times, and not the other way around. Positive and negative motivation. We are still learning new things. We are taught how to be bossy. We learn how to work under duress and meet deadlines. We learn from our managers, colleagues, and coworkers in other businesses. The same thing will inspire some people positively and others negatively. Some people, when they see a bad habit, behavior, work style, or management style in their managers, copy that style and practice it when they reach that stage. However, there are others who, when they see such a habit or behavior in practice, commit themselves that they will not do the same thing when they reach that level where their boss is. Individuals must choose or develop their style and decide what kind of boss they want to be. Becoming a good boss. We are not attempting to preach anything in this section. We are attempting to share and highlight some of the habits that can help you become a successful, admirable, and respectable manager. 1. Be willing to learn new things at all times. We are not and will never be experts. There's still space for advancement. As a result, saying "I know" is pointless. Know that you will never be able to master anything. 2. Recognize and accept your flaws. Accept the mistakes, flaws, errors, and even blunders, just as we can't understand anything or be experts in everything. 3. Subject matter expertise. It is important to have control of your territory. This will earn you recognition and appreciation from your coworkers and those in the business and industry. 4. Be mature and positive in your approach. If you act as an open-ended pipe, you will never be a successful boss. If there is a lot of pressure, if there are tensions or things between you and your manager that aren't going well, try to absorb it. By transferring the stress or pressure to your team, you can gain nothing. Instead of being blunt, be assertive. However, if you want to express gratitude or recognition to the team, do so directly. 5. Stick to the team's values. You must always be loyal to your team to gain support from them. Keep your team in the dark on any team decisions you make. 6. Get your team in confidence. 7. Be prepared for competition at all times. If you reach this stage, you will be questioned by everyone around you, including your team members. So be ready. Instead of attempting to diffuse the competition, prepare to face it head on. At this stage, you must repeatedly demonstrate to your team that you are the best candidate for the job. 8. Practice what you preach. Make plans and express your vision, but still, work to see that they are carried out. 9. Assume responsibility and accountability for your actions. Take full responsibility and accountability for each member of your team, their work, and even their actions. After reading so many papers and journals about poor bosses, I felt compelled to share something objective and straightforward. Bosses are neither good nor bad. How they react to or treat certain situations decides if they are good or bad. Bosses are not God, and they make mistakes, blunders, and errors. The higher they are in the hierarchy, the more responsibility and transparency they have. I hope that this segment will provide insight into the psychology behind the actions of that person you referred to as your boss, and that you will think twice about answering his calls after hours. Chapter 5. Ways to psychologically manipulate someone. Have you ever considered applying psychology to your daily experiences with others? You don't need a psychology degree or the ability to read people's minds. We have the potential to exploit the situation and profit from these social exchanges in our many encounters with mates, colleagues, and superiors. When I say exploit, I don't always mean it in a derogatory way. Manipulation may be beneficial, such as persuading others to take a holiday or going to great lengths to get promoted at work. A few ways to understand the psychology behind our experiences will support us in ways we never imagined. 1. Take advantage of the body language. During everyday experiences, the brain induces physical gestures and responses in an almost uncontrollable manner. This kind of action sends a lot of messages to those around you. What exactly does that imply? It means that you can read someone's body language to figure out what words can't tell you or even manipulate them with nonverbal cues. I'm sure you've learned that nonverbal contact accounts for 90% of communication. It's 93%. Which means that so much of our interactions can be missed simply because we asked for that promotion with our arms crossed and our gaze fixed on the floor. It's just as important to learn to read body language as it is to communicate it properly. It'll tell you whether anyone is actually agreeing with you, actively interested in what you are doing, or even thinks you're a total moron. Picking up on other people's body language regularly will help you to develop your abilities and recognize openings and dead ends in each interaction. Things like imitating postures, expressions, and motions can help you gain someone's approval or agreement. Interrogators sometimes use body language to assess blame, so nodding your head yes when you mean no can incriminate you. When we're stripped of our more complex forms of communication, we're just animals. The trick is to take advantage of this subconscious contact. Here are some fascinating facts about body language. Staff at Legoland are not permitted to point. Instead, they use upward-facing hand signals to provide directions, because open palms build a sense of confidence. When you're laughing in a group, the first person you make eye contact with is the one you trust the most. 2. Change your perspective. Go matrix on their minds and cloak the truth of those you're attempting to control with a reality you've created. This one needs tact, deception, and most importantly, rhetoric. Are you satisfied with your life? Lifehack has a solution for you to stop suffering and start living life to the fullest. Take the comprehensive life assessment. Turning half-empty glasses on their sides is something we do every day. Perspective can make a great difference in how someone sees things a lot of the time. Your descriptions can affect this viewpoint. Since it encompasses so much than just what's been said and how it was said, Rhetoric is an important part of this definition. Tone, material, and appeals to reason, character, or emotion are all used. Use rhetoric to persuade as much as possible, exaggerate when necessary, and change emphasis as needed. Consider how you structure and present your points, whether they relate to someone's emotions or reasoning. Do you make it seem like you know what you're talking about, even though you don't? If you can't persuade anyone to stop wasting paper for environmental purposes, can you persuade them that less paper means less work with a perfectly rational argument? Thinking outside the box and reframing a viewpoint on any given situation will help you see things more clearly and improve the effectiveness of any statement you make. To put things in perspective, consider the following. Persuading yourself that you slept well the night before deceives your mind into believing you did, also known as placebo sleep. The Dunning-Kruger effect. Intelligent people appear to underestimate themselves, while illiterate people believe they are brilliant. According to studies, your favorite song is most likely linked to a traumatic incident in your life. 3. Leverage your knowledge of others. Make use of people's psychological needs as a pressure point. It could be a desire to fit in, be accepted or included, or the polar opposite, a desire to stand out and swim against the current. The risky decision maker may be persuaded to make a bad choice, and the silent crowd dweller may be prevented from doing something that would take them away from the safety of conformity. Their weakness is your strength. All you have to do now is figure out how to use it to your advantage. Are they susceptible to overconfidence, which may lead to a stumbling block? Are they self-conscious about something that could help you to persuade them? Kryptonite is the antidote to everyone's kryptonite. The more you know about someone's psychological patterns, modes of thinking, and characteristics, the more control you'll have over their emotions, and the more you'll be able to manipulate them. Awareness is the secret to success in this situation. Understanding your pressure points, like any other point, could be more important. Recognize your insecurities and flaws as part of a strong defense. In his post, psychologist Jim Schnikowski explains the how-tos of emotional leveraging, while also casting a positive light on the subject. Is emotional leveraging manipulation? In it, he lays out 3 simple rules for getting the most out of using someone's feelings against them. Recognize that their vision is based on an emotional foundation, and that no matter how rationalized their position is, they cling to it for emotional reasons. Recognize that if you want them to move in your direction, you must first identify the emotional value that drives their vision, their sweet spot. And recognize that once you know their emotional sweet spot, you can craft an approach. 4. Recognize the importance of proper timing and opportunity. The jaguar is a professional and strategic hunter. Its biological capacity to predict success and failure is a product of its ancestors' successes and failures. It knows when to strike hard and when to call a halt to its pursuit. Make your moves when the time is right. This is what we learn as children. Don't tell mom what you want for your birthday when she's upset. The key is to maintain a constant state of awareness and keep your eyes peeled for opportunities. For example, if someone is tired or preoccupied, consider asking for those favors. They are less likely to argue or deny you. Instead of forcing opportunities, accept them and keep your eyes peeled. Don't push the conversation if you have been waiting to make a pitch to your boss. It can take weeks to get a good chance, but don't squander it once you do. When we meet someone with a plan, for example, we may already win or lose half the fight, depending on their mood at the time. Observation. Judges, who should be our rational thinking exemplars, are just as vulnerable to this notion as anybody, according to a recent analysis of over 1,000 court decisions. The study found that inmates are much more likely to be paroled early in the day or immediately after a lunch break, up to 65% more likely. Endless possibilities. Psychology's miracles are limitless. It's an area worth exploring, but it'll only be useful if you put in the time to learn and apply what you've learned. Using psychology described above only scratches the surface and need nothing more than knowledge to use. Each of the above variables is extremely beneficial in and of itself. For example, if you want to be kinesics, in kinesics, the analysis of body language, it will transform you into a walking lie detector. You're blinding yourself to a fascinating way to optimize your exchanges in life if you don't care to pick up on others' urges or tendencies. Don't care to reveal circumstances to your advantage. Don't become conscious of the body language that you exert and that others send your way. Manipulation and mind control in dark psychology. Science and the art of mind control and manipulation are known as dark psychology. People who use fear, coercion, persuasion, and encouragement to get what they want are known as dark psychologists. Suppose psychology is the study of human actions and focuses on beliefs, experiences, and feelings. In that case, dark psychology is a phenomenon in which people use coercion, manipulation, persuasion, and motivation to get what they want. Psychologists and criminologists coined the word dark triad to describe a simplistic method of predicting illegal activity and broken and problematic relationships. The following are the characteristics that make up the dark triad. Machiavellianism, the use of deception and deceit to manipulate and mislead people who have no moral compass. Narcissism. This personality trait is characterized by a lack of empathy, grandiosity, and egotism. Psychopathy. Usually polite and attractive, but remorselessness, lack of empathy, impulsivity, and selfishness are all characteristics of psychopathy. No one wants to be duped, but the bad news is that it happens very often. You may not be the target of a member of the dark triad. Normal people, on the other hand, are constantly exposed to dark psychology techniques. Some of the most common tactics that normal people use include the following. 1. Lying. Untrue stories, partial truths, exaggeration, and untruths. 2. Love flooding. Affection, buttering a person to make a request, and compliments. 3. Withdrawal. Silent treatment or avoiding a person. 4. Love denial. Withhold affection and attention. 5. Reverse psychology. Tell a person to do something or another to motivate them to do the exact opposite, which is what you want. 6. Choice restricting. Offering specific choices that will distract you from the option you wouldn't want the person to make. 7. Semantic manipulation. The use of words believed to have a mutual or common definition, but the manipulator will tell you later that they have a different understanding or definition of the conversation. Although those who use dark psychology techniques are aware of what they are doing and plan to exploit others to achieve their goals, others unwittingly use immoral and dark tactics. Many of them had learned these tactics from their parents when they were still young. Some mastered the tactics during their adulthood or teenage years by chance. They tried a manipulation tactic by accident, and it worked. As a result, they continued using tactics to help them in getting their way all the time. Dark psychology is pretty much a part of people's everyday lives. With the things mentioned above, you will see how easy it is for you to fall for these tactics. Either you are the victim or the perpetrator. Chapter 6. The Psychology of Dreams. The psychoanalytic interpretation of dreams, or the psychophysiological process of dreaming, has been used to explain the psychology of dreams. Thus, there are two schools of thought in the psychology of dreams. One believes in the relationship between REM sleep and dreaming, the role of dreams in learning, and that dreams occur as a result of random neural firings that lead to random images that may or may not have some meaning. And the other believes that dreams occur as a result of unconscious and repressed impulses and could be explained with psychoanalytic symbolism, and in turn also explain a psychic phenomenon or even lead to understanding the causes of mental illnesses. Dreams are the royal path to the unconscious, according to Freud, since they can be analyzed in a way that reveals the unconscious's latent desires. As a result, dreams can reveal who we are, what we want, and how we intend to achieve these goals. However, several modern psychologists have abandoned the semantic interpretation of dreams, emphasizing repressed impulse and meanings. They have proposed that dreams result from spontaneous neural firings in the brain while the body is at rest, creating images in the brain. There are several stages in sleep, and REM sleep is the final stage. Dreams are related to this REM, rapid eye movement, stage of sleep, and we tend to have several dreams in one night, although we forget almost all of these images. We don't act out these images because, during dreaming, the body undergoes temporary paralysis, a protective or bodily defense mechanism against any external injury. Dreams, according to psychology, is also a defense mechanism, as all repressed desires, which could have harmful effects on our psyche, are released through the process of dreaming. So both physiologically and psychologically, dreams have defensive or protective functions, helping in release of excessive stress, traumatic thoughts, and repressed impulses, as they also protect the body from external injury. Dream recollection and control through the process of lucid dreaming and hypnosis, as used more frequently by traditional psychotherapists, are not too popular anymore. However, these processes provide more insights into images in dreaming and how these could be evoked or elicited in psychotherapeutic sessions, or could be remembered and interpreted to provide more access to the unconscious. The physiology of the REM stage of sleep may explain why we dream of certain images. Yet, this mechanism would be unable to explain exactly why these specific images occur. Some theories have suggested that certain repressed thoughts and desires, or repeated occurrences, could manifest in dreams through images. Sometimes trauma or any event with significant emotional value could lead to repetitive dreams with the same images. Considering existing literature, I suggest that dreams could have 5 principal functions. a clinical function of explaining mental illness, a cognitive function of aiding learning, an adaptive function of restoring body mechanisms, a cathartic function of releasing traumatic or repressed feelings, and a defensive function of providing a protective shield to the mind and the body. So, dreams could be explained both from psychoanalytic and psychophysiological perspectives. We must understand psychoanalysis and psychophysiology and integrate dreams from both these fields to comprehensively understand these mental processes. The 5 functions of dreams are given here, and the basic thesis of a comprehensive dream theory should be based on all of these 5 functions. Clinical function of dreams. Some psychologists believe that dreams are closely related to mental illness. Many post-traumatic dreams represent anxiety, and prolonged or repetitive traumatic dreams could suggest initial symptoms of mental disorder or failed physiological functions in the body. Most mental disorders can be traced to specific dreams, and studying why these dreams occur in certain individuals can help us understand the origins or triggers of mental illness. The clinical value of dreams has been recognized in psychoanalysis, although this function's full potential has not been very clear in physiology. Further scientific research is required to understand the role of dreams in explaining, preventing, or even curing mental or physical illnesses. Dreams could highlight brain disorders, brain ailments, and hormonal changes in the body, and could have clinical value in identifying many diseases and abnormal conditions in the body. Cognitive function of dreams. Dreams are useful in learning, and scientific studies have proved that they play a cognitive role in children who have many more dreams and increased REM sleep than adults. Thus, children tend to learn while dreaming, and REM sleep could also have a positive effect on learning physical skills. This might explain how dreams could also provide insights into problems as solutions and many discoveries, inventions, and novel ideas emerge. Dreams show various possibilities in our thought process and, through permutations and combinations, provide cognitive solutions to some of our life goals. Thus, dreams could be very effective learning tools, help in self-understanding and realization, and improve and consolidate cognitive abilities. Adaptive function of dreams. Dreams help us to adapt to our surroundings. Although the evolutionary advantage of dreaming is not clear or has not been studied extensively, the fact that we continue to dream and even learn and defend ourselves through dreams makes dreaming an important part of our passive and active life. However, the adaptive function of dreams is physiologically advantageous as it helps restore bodily, mental, and physical balance. Although this remains a controversial viewpoint, dreaming's complete psychological and physiological advantages will have to be studied from an evolutionary perspective. Cathartic function of dreams. Dreams are highly cathartic. Through the symbolic representation of images, they release stress and purge our fears, impulses, and urges, and help us confront our own mental lives. Dreams are more than the royal road to the unconscious, and they are basic shields for our defense and release. The thoughts and emotions that may be too dark, traumatic, shameful, or dangerous for real life manifest in dreams and help us confront realities. Psychoanalytically, dreams represent wish fulfillment, and many images in dreams, like elongated objects, are considered symbolic of sexual organs. However controversial, all dreams are a type of wish fulfillment, and some dreams could release anxiety or the complete opposite of any wish fulfillment. Suppose you repeatedly dream of your injury or the injury of close ones. In that case, you are simply releasing your unconscious anxiety through the dreams, which may help you function better and be more cautious in reality. Defensive function of dreams. This is related to dreaming's cathartic and adaptive functions when we release through catharsis. We also adapt to situations. This, in turn, provides a defense or protection for the mind and body to continue functioning without harm or hindrance. Although this concept is unpopular among many psychologists, dreams may have strong defensive functions. At the same time, we dream the physiological changes in the body, such as the release of glycine, an amino acid, highlights a defensive mechanism. Both physical and mental irritations could be released through dreaming, providing a shield for the body and mind. Thus, dreams are not just the royal road to the unconscious. They are the essential covers or shields to protect the mind or body against excess stress. Like your boiling kettle has provisions for releasing excess steam, dreams also serve as a regulatory mechanism to release all excesses from the mind and body. Dreams are finally the mind's excretions. Many scientists have endorsed the view that dreams have no evolutionary advantage and have no functions. Yet, if we look deeper into the annals of psychology, the significance of dreams in explaining mental life cannot be overlooked. Only further research in physiology, imaging techniques, and psychotherapy delving into the psychology of dreams would tell us why we dream and whether dreams are rudimentary or regulatory. Chapter 7. Dark Psychology and Manipulation. Dark psychology is described in the Power Dynamics Dictionary as applying psychological concepts in ways that damage the goal. Regulation of the dark forces is the skill of deception. Though dark psychology is a study of human actions and experience, psychology includes motivation, deceit, and manipulation. While working on my doctorate and researching abnormal psychology, I came across the word the dark triad, which refers to what many criminologists and psychologists identify as an easy indicator of criminal activity, as well as problematic, fractured relationships. The dark triad possesses the characteristics of narcissism, is characterized by egoism, grandiosity, and a lack of empathy. Machiavellianism. Deceit is used to deceive and manipulate people, and there is no sense of morality. Psychopathy is always charming and polite, but it is marked by impulsivity, selfishness, a lack of empathy, and guilt. Nobody wants to be a victim of manipulation, but it happens all the time. We may not be subjected to anyone directly from the dark triad, but ordinary people like you and I are regularly subjected to dark psychology techniques. These strategies are often seen in advertisements, internet advertising, sales methods, and even our manager's behavior. If you have children, especially teenagers, you will undoubtedly encounter these strategies as your children experiment with behaviors to obtain what they want and gain autonomy. In reality, people you trust and love often use subtle manipulation and dark persuasion. Ordinary people use a variety of tactics. Love floods in the form of compliments, affection, or buttering others up to make a request. Exaggeration, untruths, partial truths, and false stories are all examples of lying. Denial of love entails withholding devotion and affection. Withdrawal, avoiding the individual or treating them silently. Choice restriction entails providing certain choices that divert attention away from the choice you do not want others to make. When you tell someone one thing or tell them to do another, you're using reverse psychology to get them to do the exact opposite, which is exactly what you want. Manipulation of semantics. Using terms that are supposed to have a shared or reciprocal meaning, and the manipulator later admits to having a different definition and interpretation of the conversation. Words have great power and significance. While some people who use these dark techniques are aware of what they're doing and deliberately manipulate you to get what they want, others do it without understanding it. Many of these people learned the techniques from their parents when they were children. Others picked up the strategies by chance during their adolescence or adulthood. They used an unintended manipulation technique that worked. They got what they wished for. As a result, they continue to employ strategies that help them get their way. In certain situations, people are taught how to use these dark strategies. Dark, unethical, psychological, and intimidation techniques are usually taught in sales or marketing training programs. Many of these programs employ dubious methods to create a brand or sell a product for the sole purpose of benefiting themselves or their business, rather than the consumer. Many of these training programs persuade people that using such strategies is acceptable and beneficial to the customer. And, of course, if they buy the product or service, their lives would be much easier. Who employs dark psychology and deception techniques? Here is a list of people who tend to use these strategies the most often. Narcissists. People who are clinically diagnosed as narcissistic have an exaggerated sense of self-worth. They need others to affirm their superiority complex. They aspire to be worshipped and adored. To stay in power, they employ dark psychology techniques, manipulation, and unethical persuasion. Sociopaths. People who are clinically diagnosed as sociopathic are also attractive, intelligent, and impulsive. They use dark tactics to create a shallow bond and then take advantage of people because they lack emotionality and guilt. Attorneys. Some attorneys are so focused on winning their case that they use dark manipulation techniques to achieve the desired result. Politicians. Some politicians use dark psychological and manipulation methods to persuade voters that they are right and gain votes. Salespeople. Many salespeople become so intent on making a sale that they resort to unethical methods to get others to purchase their product. Leaders. Some leaders use unethical strategies to elicit enforcement, increased effort, or improved efficiency from their subordinates. Public speakers. Some speakers use dark strategies to increase the emotional state of the crowd, understanding that this leads to further merchandise sales at the back of the room. Selfish people. This may refer to someone who prioritizes themselves over others. They would use strategies to meet their own needs first, even if it means sacrificing someone else's. They don't know whether they win or lose. Yes, I am aware. I'm sure I've stepped on some toes. As a speaker and someone who sells services, I fall into this category as well. This is why I have to remind myself that working, publishing, speaking, and selling with character necessitates avoiding manipulative and coercive tactics. When I facilitate motivational training programs for business executives, I am often asked where the line is between dark psychological methods and ethical influence and persuasion tactics. Any of these individuals openly confess to using these techniques regularly, or that their companies need them to use dark practices as part of the company's processes to acquire and retain customers. This is truly tragic, because while it can result in short-term sales and income, it will eventually lead to mistrust, bad business practices, low employee satisfaction, and less competitive business results in the long run. It is necessary to determine the purpose, to distinguish between ethical and unethical motivation and persuasion techniques. We must ask ourselves whether the strategies we are using are intended to benefit the other individual. It is acceptable for the goal to support you as well, but if it is purely for your benefit, you are more likely to engage in dark and immoral activities. The aim should be to achieve a mutually beneficial or win-win result. You must, however, be frank with yourself about your expectation that the other individual would genuinely benefit. A salesperson who assumes that everyone will profit from his goods and that the customer's life will be much happier due to the purchase is an example. A salesperson with this mindset is more likely to use dubious strategies to persuade customers to buy and adopt a ends justifies the means attitude. This exposes the individual to any sales tactics. To determine our aim, motivation, and persuasion methods, we may ask ourselves the following questions. 1. What is my purpose for this interaction? Who and how does this benefit? 2. Do I feel confident in my approach to the interaction? 3. Am I being completely forthright and truthful? 4. Will the outcome of this interaction favor the other individual in the long run? 5. Can the strategies I use result in a more trusting relationship with the other person? Do you aspire to be genuinely good in your leadership, relationships, parenting, career, and other aspects of your life? Then evaluate yourself to decide your current motivation and persuasion strategies. Doing it correctly results in long-term reputation and power. Going dark incorrectly results in bad character, broken relationships, and long-term failure because people eventually see through the darkness and understand your purpose. Understanding dark characteristics. People who exhibit these characteristics are callous and dishonest, able to do or say almost anything to get their way. They have inflated self-esteem and are always shameless in their self-promotion. These people are likely to be impulsive and indulge in risky activities, including committing crimes, with little concern for how their acts affect others. While several scholars consider psychopathy, narcissism, and Machiavellianism to be three distinct traits with overlapping features, others claim the similarities point to an overarching personality construct that is still unknown. What is the link between psychopathy and the dark triad? Most scholars regard psychopathy, a trait marked by a lack of empathy and remorse, as the darkest of the dark triad, in the sense that psychopaths typically inflict more harm to individuals and society than narcissists or high mocks. The term psychopath is not a mental health diagnosis. The condition in the DSM that most closely resembles it is antisocial personality disorder. Chapter 8. The Dark Side. Psychology of the Insane. In recent years, psychology has attempted to uplift the human spirit with a variety of mainstream psychology concepts, such as positive psychology, or the countless books published to tell the masses how to act to live a fulfilled and prosperous life. From talking about parachutes, 10 steps to something, the plethora of how-to titles, and much more. Much of them are either mistaken pop psych or a fad. Is it possible that all you have to do is read the right book and follow certain simple concepts, and everything will turn out fine for you and me? This paper is unique in that it would investigate the dark side of the human mind, the part that sees disengagement, devastation, and heinous actions as part of the daily human psyche that appears in all of us from time to time. The part that finds joy, glee, and enjoyment in the chaotic aspects of our life. What is the only way for society to reconcile its dark side? I use the term crazy to describe people who disagree with the social norm. First, let's examine how we can identify the dark side of psychological thought and behavior. We need a metric to determine what constitutes normal and abnormal behavior. Our first criterion is social norms, which refers to what is considered standard daily conduct in any society given a collection of circumstances that challenge our perception. For example, in Western culture, striking another person violently is a criminal act that is repulsive to a peaceful society. However, when an individual is granted social permits, such as a soldier fighting in a war, a police officer apprehending a violent suspect, or a citizen protecting his family from a serious threat from another person, we endorse aggression. These contradictory standards can be misinterpreted in a variety of ways. A soldier who commits genocide, a police officer who uses violence to threaten a witness during an interrogation, or an individual who violates another person's rights to further their status in any way. The second measure is a moral one. Most cultures believe that murdering another human being violates a moral code. It is inherently unethical to kill. It should be punished by a culture that supports the moral, legal stance placed on the masses by its lawmakers by an act of equal severity. This has become a moral code of conduct to most cultures, such as the Christian faith's 10 Commandments, and similar codes ranging from Buddhism to the Muslim Quran. The legal language and rules, which are considered the backbone of every civilized society, embody faith in divine reward and punishment. Why do people so easily deviate from the values, laws, and religious guidelines that enable us all to live in a healthy society governed by agreed-upon standards of behavior that protect people from danger, harm, and violence once they have adopted these rules? The third type of action is not enshrined in law or religious doctrine, but rather those ordinary actions that the English would call manners or politeness. The recognized actions of a superior member of a society who knows how to behave in the company of others follows a collection of norms that are considered the mark of an advanced civilization. Table etiquette, or a man opening a door for a woman and allowing her to enter first, showing the man's duty to protect and defend women, are examples of these. In certain cultures, women's rights have cast doubt on women's manners as discriminatory, and therefore, demeaning women's independence. Good manners are seen as a symbol of being well-bred and in the upper echelons of society, whether it's traditional Englishness or a Japanese tea ceremony. Humans often manage a wide range of dysfunctional behavior that impacts and affects others to the point where the perpetrators of this behavior find themselves outside the law, moral codes, and procedure of the rest of society, despite society's various approaches to judging behaviors by law, morality, or socially acceptable norms. When we feel guilty, we all know that we have violated the rules that we believe are important for a well-ordered society. On the other hand, others see dealing violence, devastation, and death towards others as nothing more than their right to live a life determined solely by what they want to possess, own, or destroy. The shadow side. When a man is frustrated by the society that defines him, what motivates him to kick a dog? What feelings does the dog show as he screeches and howls in pain and terror? Why does he smile and wish the dog more suffering, as if he loves seeing animals suffer? Onlookers are appalled by his conduct and sympathize with the poor dog he has cruelly and without remorse handled. What is this gentleman's name? He is, after all, one of us from time to time. We all lose our psychological equilibrium and rational thinking when dealing with life's unfairness or lack of opportunity. On the other hand, this man enjoys kicking and watching the dog suffer at his hands, despite being wealthy and having all of his needs met. A sense of dominance stemming from his ability to inflict pain, and gratification stemming from his sense of superiority over other humans that he perceives as incapable of achieving their goals, and therefore ends up as his employees and servants. Because of his superior positional thinking, he lacks compassion and empathy towards others, portraying them as simpleton leaders and politicians who embrace his species' superiority. The above example is meant to illustrate an action that violates our three social norms. Law, injuring a defenseless animal. Moral, the taboo on senseless behavior considered wrongdoing. And socially appropriate behavior. However, we meet people who have no sense of guilt or remorse and believe that they are excluded from rules they do not comply with. Wasn't fox hunting in England a barbaric sport practiced mainly by intelligent, skilled, and wealthy men and women? However, these same people reserve the right to hunt and kill a defenseless animal for no reason other than to watch their hounds tear apart and devour a fox. Even though most English citizens voted to ban this sport on many occasions, it took many years of campaigning to get it passed into law. Even though fox hunting is now illegal, these same people continue to break the law and hunt under local bylaws that have failed to catch up with national legislation. These individuals are well aware that what they are doing is illegal, unethical, and violates social standards established by the majority. Nonetheless, they claim that they are superior members of society and therefore above the common people's moral concerns. These individuals are members of parliament, police officers, judges, and those who regulate facets of society in England, such as estate owners, which is shocking. In other words, those who should be setting an example for society are the same people who break the law and engage in socially unacceptable behavior. In a different situation, we would look at the suspect. Owing to their blemished backgrounds, deprived families, and poor parental upbringing, criminals are often seen as social outcasts. However, corporate fraud, such as pension fund embezzlement, stock and bond insider trading, and asset and income theft by CEOs and government officials, causes the most public damage. White-collar crime is a form of crime that is mostly undetected and difficult to prosecute. Everyday criminals are more visual to the public as their crimes cause localized distress and make the media cry for police action and civil authority action. Therefore, most laws are about a visual crime that is easy to understand and comprehend. Visual crime punishment is also straightforward, and it is dealt with in our courts and media daily. How do we say the difference between a so-called victimless crime committed by white-collar criminals who have no direct victims and a killer who murders and maims those who oppose his will to take what he wants from society, as well as the suffering they leave behind in armed robbery, are all that different? So, what does psychology say about deviants who don't see their acts as a concern for themselves and believe that those who don't take care of their lives are weak and deserve to be victims of smarter, stronger, or more powerful? The media often rails against the passive masses who support the status quo, but condemns the resident who takes the law into their own hands, perhaps to avenge any wrongdoing against them or their families. The first field in which psychology explains the causes for others' dark actions is developmental, implying that childhood is at the root of this behavior. The dog kicker was not properly loved and cared for. They were subjected to cruelty, sexual assault, or a lack of social education during their formative years. Since the same transgressors were bullied at school, they feel compelled to vent their frustrations on others in society who are weaker than them. We must ask why some victims, if not the majority, become law-abiding people, while only a few go on to become monsters that murder and maim due to developmental errors. Many scientists like to blame actions on a genetic factor at this stage. This is an ancient chestnut that has been passed down over the generations. There is evidence that violent offenders have an extra Y chromosome that causes them to have a lot of testosterone in men, which leads to violent outbursts in frustrating circumstances where they use terror and intimidation to get what they want. However, as with a proportion of violent inmates, this is statistically insignificant, even though it may be higher in the general prison population. So far, all genetic research has resulted in hypotheses regarding genetic influences, but no firm evidence to support the arguments. Twin research, in which twins separated at birth have a high incidence of identical actions and results, is the most frequently cited data. As the proportion of twins born and studied, genetic determinism is poor. The evidence for developmental environments being identical and twins experiencing environments similar to it would be more surprising if they turned out differently. But if developmental results and genetic predispositions are taken out of the equation, what separates those who engage in socially appropriate actions from those who follow all of society's rules? This propositional position makes psychology difficult to always see as a positive or deterministic way of the world. Normal human conduct may be cruel, deceitful, abusive, and prone to criminal behavior in several circumstances. Such morals are a privilege of a settled society where everyone is treated equally in economics and caste or social status. The psychology of the survivalist. Some people, especially in the United States, believe that the end of civilization is a real possibility, whether they support nuclear destruction, now more likely biowarfare, or the collapse of capitalism, resulting in societal unrest and civil strife. Survivalists are a term used to describe these individuals. They keep weapons and food on hand in case of uncontrollable hordes roaming the country in civil unrest, and food in case of economic collapse. Survivalists argue that they have a constitutional right to protect themselves and their families in the event of societal breakdown and the absence of security legislation. These organizations sometimes run afoul of current legal laws implemented by federal agencies such as the FBI. As a result, the survivalist mindset is seen as both in conflict with society and as a sincere effort to manage one's destiny in the face of potential disasters. After all, insurance companies exist solely on the assumption, and ironically, will be the first to fail if capitalism collapsed, as shown by the failure of many banks worldwide in 2008-2009. The most famous films at the box office today are disaster films, in which disasters such as floods, solar flares, biowarfare, alien invasion, and other natural disasters trigger a societal breakdown. The protagonists of these films are often resourceful survivalists who defend their kin from all comers by brutality. Why aren't these people seen as heroes by the general public, while true survivalists are vilified as public enemies of the status quo? Ordinary people understand that the collapse of civilization may happen, or is, in reality, unavoidable, based on the popularity of these films. As a result, they see these films as a kind of hope for a future that may emerge from abolishing their current reality. The evolution of psychology. All humans began as hunter-gatherers throughout human history, wandering the land searching for easily accessible animals for food and warmth. We see these communities evolve into agricultural settlements with regulations, laws, representatives, and a moral code as time passes. As these settled societies evolve and expand, they create art, music, and religion to compensate for their limited life within the confines of the community they have created. Land and property became significant as a result of these beginnings. Possession of goods and chattels becomes essential for growth. These settlements evolved into villages, towns, and cities over time, eventually forming countries with defined borders. Survival is now focused on the community rather than the entity, as it has been since the dawn of time. Both of these cultures, however, inevitably fade and crumble. Some, like the Mayans and other South American civilizations, for unexplained reasons. Most struggle as they develop into empires that use a version of their own rules and religions to oppress the poor. However, history tells us that civilizations come to an end for a variety of reasons. The ancient world's Greek, Roman, and Egyptian empires, as well as the modern world's British, French, German, and Japanese empires. These communities all have one thing in common. They didn't see their downfall coming. In today's world, no European or American could imagine the EEC or the United States collapse. Still, these new modern empires have their own Achilles heel in the form of capitalism. Despite seeing the evils of capitalism and its ultimate collapse, Karl Marx could not have predicted how it would grip the modern world to the point that oil and gas wars would rule the 21st century. On the other hand, Marx will probably be giddy with delight at the collapse in 2009 of the financial system built on greed and debt in the world's First Nations. The majority of the failures can be attributed to poor management. Still, ordinary people's lack of faith in the financial system resulted in a scramble for funds and an inability to service crippling debt due to high interest rates and low returns on assets. When people are panicked, they go into survival mode and prioritize their own needs. Chapter 9. The Benefits of Meeting Our Dark Side. In psychology, an aspect of ourself is given the name of the shadow, based on Carl Jung's theories. This shadow is our dark impulses, our dark side, to speak a hidden part of ourselves that we usually do not want to show even to ourselves. We may not be aware of this aspect. We even may be afraid to confront it. But it is best to meet our dark side for the following benefits. You can use your creativity and imagination to acknowledge the disowned part of yourself. Certain activities about exploring the shadow focus on drawing, mind mapping, and the like. Making associations with our artistic side can enhance our connection to that hidden part inside all of us. You can heal any relationship by having more honest self-examination and a direct kind of communication. Since certain relationships are damaged because of hidden grudges, the more we see what we hide, the more we can understand those broken or ended relationships with no apparent reason. You can recognize what you project onto others, forming some of our opinions about other people. We all tend to see in others what we expect from ourselves. So instead of truly knowing the other, we are making theories on what the other is like based on what we know from us. Almost automatically, we might tend to think and ask, "What would I do if I were him or her?" This is a good question if one is aware that they are asking it and not using the thought to judge someone's actions or thoughts rashly. You can begin to feel free of the guilt and the shame that comes with our negative feelings, and of course, our bad actions. Indeed, we can see why there is a real psychological benefit from the Catholic practice of confession. We need to confront our struggle with our dark impulses to be free of them in all possible good ways. You can diffuse whatever negative emotions come even surprisingly as you go about your routine in your daily life. We need to be reconciled with negative events and situations that desolate us unexpectedly. Finally, you can achieve genuine self-acceptance, a complete kind of self-knowledge of who you are and who you can be. All of us have a dark side, the shadow in terms of Jungian psychology. This aspect of the self has the dark impulses, the hurtful inclinations within us. It is good to know this hidden part of the self. So here are signs if you know well your dark side. You are aware of how your criticisms, judgments, and anger towards other people reflect your weaknesses. The psychological defense mechanism called projection especially colors how we think of others. Sometimes we attribute to them characteristics that are our weaknesses. You recognize that there is pain, evil, and suffering in the world. Recognizing the evil around us can help us understand that it is also evil inside us. You know that sometimes your words or actions can express fear and anxiety. Fear and anxiety are feelings expressed by the body of words, such as when your heart races up. You know that sometimes your words or actions can express jealousy and envy. Jealousy and envy are rooted in selfishness, which is difficult to eradicate. You know that there are times your words or actions express covetousness and greed. Covetousness and greed come from our attachment to the material and temporal things of this world. You're well aware that your words can convey disdain and spite at times. Rage and hate are the fruits of not dealing with resentment positively, and they produce contempt and spite towards others. You are aware of your fears and anxieties. You are aware of your feelings of jealousy and envy. You are aware of your feelings of greed. You are aware of your feelings of anger. Being aware of these kinds of feelings can make you understand certain actions, including saying something you find involuntary. Sometimes we do not mean to hurt people, but deep inside these feelings are still there, so we unconsciously hurt people. It is best to be aware of these negative feelings and then process them through psychotherapy. Knowing your dark side enables and empowers you to begin certain life-changing adjustments. Now you can know what ticks you off, and you can begin to adjust accordingly. You can steer more clearly from temptation and other allurements. Of course, temptation does not disappear completely, but you are no longer unprepared to handle certain situations. Psychology of fear. Why does psychological perception of any danger cause organism response? The answer is in human anatomy, more exactly in the reasons of pain appearing. Is psychological pain similar to physical? How does pain occur? With physical pain, everything is quite clear. We do not consider simple motor reflexes that are performed under the control of the spinal cord. The nervous impulse is transmitted to the corresponding brain part through nerves during physical receptor sensation, and the brain then transmits the response impulse to an organ. It occurs in feelings of pain. In other words, clindicity is responding. How does psychological pain occur? Our organism has such features as self-regulation of all physiological processes. In other words, brain responses to the change in the chemical processes in the organism. Under the influence of emotions in the organism occurs some change, for example, in blood composition. It is then transmitted to the brain. The brain's response impulse is again transmitted to one of the organs, resulting in pain. Let it be called the psychological cause of the pain. Now, we should understand how emotions influence the physical condition of the organism. It is necessary to understand the complicated organization of both the nervous system and mentality. For that purpose, there is a need for a specialist. For example, when you fear darkness, you suffer from heartache, woodiness in the blossom, discomfort in the throat. You feel like somebody stops your breath. Here, you fear not darkness itself, but a thing that can stand in the darkness. It is based on received information about it during your life. You fear that something can play the devil with you. A little child never fears darkness until he was told what can be in it. Let it be called conscious fear. Such phobias as fear of a concrete situation or object that frightens you with something and raises the feeling of fear and horror are also referred to conscious fear because you feel this fear resulting from your bad experience or negative information received from someone. What is the nature of this fear? How does this fear occur? What do I feel? Lack of confidence, embarrassment, dejection, inactivity, anxiety, blame, injury, consternation, stress, panic, respiratory difficulty, cold sweat. These are the psychological and physical sensations in your body. And that means that fear is interconnected with other negative emotions. One thing causes another and comes from the other, but means the same thing. What about unconscious fear, or in other words, a simple fear not based on the experience? What can that be? This can be the fear of uncertainty. Fear of the unidentified. For example, children fear noises and unknown things. Generally, from the beginning of human history, People were always frightened of inexplicable acts of nature, or their fear was based on a phenomenon seen before. For example, fear of the unknown future, fear of possible fantasized negative events. How do we find out that these are bad events? We compare possible events with experienced negative ones. It turns out that we fear unknown things because we fear unknown bad things. We do not fear good unknown things because they arouse joy. And when we feel fear, all good events we do forget. In other words, when we think about an unknown event in our mind, a bad image appears, and as a result, occurs a feeling of fear is based on negative early experienced fear. It means that fear of the unknown thing is a conscious fear. Chapter 10. Secret Manipulation Techniques. What is manipulation? Psychopaths aren't always just the bad guys in slasher films and Wall Street dramas. They walk among us in offices every day, initially appearing to be ordinary coworkers. According to one survey, a small but important percentage of business leaders, 3 to 4%, fit the clinical description of a psychopath. Narcissists are in the same boat. While science suggests that a little narcissism can help a business succeed, spending some time in the workplace can quickly reveal that some professionals let their self-love run wild. Gaslighting. Gaslighting is a deceptive technique that can be summarized using 3 different phrases. That didn't happen. You imagined it. And, are you insane? Gaslighting is one of the most insidious manipulative techniques because it serves to distort and erode your sense of reality. It chips away at your ability to trust yourself, preventing you from feeling justified in reporting violence and mistreatment. What are your options for retaliation? Grounding yourself in your reality. Writing things down as they happen, telling a friend, or reiterating your experience to a support network can all help to mitigate the gaslighting effect. Projection. You know how toxic people think it's not their fault, but theirs, that anything bad that happens to them is their fault? This is referred to as projection. We all do this to some degree, but narcissists and psychopaths do it often. Projection is a defensive mechanism used to absolve oneself of the blame for harmful actions and traits by blaming someone else. What is the solution? Don't project your feelings of sympathy or empathy onto a toxic person, and don't take responsibility for any of the toxic person's predictions. Projecting our conscience and moral system onto others has the risk of resulting in more exploitation. Generalizations. You stated that a coworker sometimes fails to understand the long-term consequences of such financial decisions. According to the workplace psychopath, you called him a loose cannon. You said that if X, Y, and Z conditions arise, the deal could fall apart. Your narcissistic coworker informs the manager that you called the contract a tragedy. What is going on? It's not enough that your foe didn't get what you were saying. It's either that he or she was uninterested in learning. Intellectual masterminds aren't necessarily malignant narcissists. Plenty of them are mentally lazy. They generalize everything and anything you say, making blanket claims that don't understand the complexity in your argument, or take into consideration the various viewpoints you've paid homage to. Hold on to your reality and avoid generalizing claims by recognizing that they are, in fact, types of illogical black and white thought, says the author. Moving the goalposts. To ensure that they have every excuse to be perpetually disappointed with you, abusive narcissists and sociopaths use a logical fallacy known as moving the goalposts. This is when they set up another requirement of you or demand further proof after you've given all the evidence in the world to prove your claim, or taken steps to satisfy their request. That game should not be played. Approve and validate yourself. Changing the subject. Switching conversational topics may seem harmless, but it becomes a way of avoiding responsibility in the hands of a skilled manipulator. Narcissists don't want you to bring up the subject of keeping them responsible for something, so they reroute conversations to help them. If you let it, this sort of thing will go on indefinitely, making it difficult to engage on the topic at hand. To battle back, use the broken record method. Continue to state the truth without succumbing to their whims. That's not what I'm worried about. And redirect their redirection. Let's keep our attention on the real problem. Disengage and spend your energies on something more positive if they aren't involved. Name calling. It doesn't make it any less damaging because you've been struggling with it since your first playground bully, and it continues up to presidential politics. It's just not appropriate. It's critical to end any contact involving name-calling and express that you will not tolerate it. Don't internalize it. Recognize that they are resorting to name-calling as a result of a lack of higher-level skills. Smear campaigns. When toxic people can't control how they see themselves, they want to control how others see them. They play the martyr while you're branded toxic. A smear campaign is defined as a preemptive strike to sabotage your image and discredit your name. True evil geniuses will often divide and conquer, pitting two individuals or groups against one another. Allowing them to excel is not an option. Document any abuse and don't fall for the bait, allowing the person's horribleness to taunt you into acting in the same negative ways they've wrongly blamed on you. Devaluation. Be wary if a coworker seems to adore you while relentlessly disparaging the previous person in your place. Narcissistic abusers do this all the time. They devalue their ex-partners to their current partners, and the new partner inevitably begins to experience the same sort of mistreatment as the narcissist's ex-partner. This dynamic, however, can occur both in the professional and personal realms. The first move in combating the epidemic is to become conscious of it. Be careful of how anyone treats or talks about anyone else, because it might translate into how they will handle you in the future. Aggressive jokes. It's not your sense of humor that's the issue. It's the secret meaning of that cutting joke. Covert narcissists delight in making derogatory comments about you. These are commonly disguised as just jokes, so that they can get away with saying heinous things while appearing innocent and cool. However, if you are offended by an insulting, cruel joke, you are accused of having no sense of humor. Don't be fooled by the workplace bully into believing it was all in good fun. It wasn't. Triangulation. One of the most effective ways for genuinely toxic people to divert your attention away from their nastiness is to concentrate your attention on the apparent danger presented by another human. This is referred to as triangulation. Narcissists love to report back falsehoods about what others think about you. Recognize that the third person in the drama is being exploited as well. He or she is another victim, not the adversary, to avoid the tactic. You may also pursue reverse triangulation or enlist a third person's help that the narcissist doesn't influence. Chapter 11. Neurolinguistic Programming. NLP is an artificial intelligence branch that aids computers in comprehending, interpreting, and manipulating human language. To bridge the gap between human communication and machine understanding, NLP draws on various disciplines, including computer science and computational linguistics. Natural language processing enables machines to converse with humans in their native tongue and scales other language-related tasks. NLP allows computers to read text, hear speech, interpret it, evaluate sentiment, and decide which sections are significant, for example. Machines can now analyze more language-based data than humans can, without being fatigued clearly and impartially. Given the massive amount of unstructured data produced every day, from medical records to social media, automation will be essential for efficiently analyzing text and speech data. Structuring a highly unstructured data source. The complexity and diversity of human language are astounding. We can communicate in a variety of ways, both verbally and in writing. There are hundreds of languages and dialects, and each one has its own set of grammar and syntax codes, as well as terminology and slang. We often misspell, abbreviate, or omit punctuation while writing. We have regional accents, mumble, stutter, and borrow words from other languages when we speak. Although supervised and unsupervised learning and deep learning are now commonly used to model human language, there is still a need for syntactic and semantic comprehension and domain knowledge, which these machine learning methods do not always provide. NLP is important because it helps overcome linguistic ambiguity and adds valuable numeric structure to data for many downstream applications, such as speech recognition and text analytics. NLP, neurolinguistic programming, is a psychological technique that entails evaluating effective people's methods and adapting them to achieve a personal objective. It establishes a connection between learned thoughts, vocabulary, and behavioral habits, and specific outcomes. NLP proponents believe that all human behavior is positive. As a result, whether a strategy fails or anything unforeseen occurs, the experience is neither good nor bad. It simply provides more detail. The University of California, Santa Cruz pioneered neurolinguistic programming in the 1970s. Linguist John Grinder and information science and mathematician Richard Bandler are the two main founders. David Gordon and Robert Dilts and Judith Delosier and Leslie Cameron Bandler made significant contributions to the field. Grinder and Bandler developed the NLP meta-model, a methodology they believed could recognize language patterns that represented basic cognitive processes resulting from their work. After Bandler and Grinder started marketing NLP as a method for people to learn how others achieve success in the late 1970s, interest in the approach increased. Counseling, nursing, law, industry, the performing arts, athletics, the military, and education are only a few of the areas where NLP is used today. Neurolinguistic programming emphasizes modeling, intervention, and efficient communication. The belief is that if anyone can understand how another person completes a task, they can copy and communicate the process to others to complete the task. According to proponents of neurolinguistic programming, everyone has their map of reality. NLP practitioners examine their own and others' experiences to build a comprehensive picture of a situation. The NLP consumer gathers information by understanding a variety of viewpoints. This school of thought believes that the senses are essential for processing information and that the body and mind are intertwined. Neurolinguistic programming is a method based on personal experience. As a result, if anyone wishes to understand how to do something, they must do it themselves to learn from the experience. NLP practitioners agree that learning, communication, and change have natural hierarchies. The following are the 6 conceptual stages of change. Spirituality and purpose. This can be described as participation in something greater than oneself, such as faith, ethics, or another model. This is the most drastic transition. Identity. Identity refers to the person you see yourself as well as your duties and roles in life. Beliefs and values. These are the topics that are essential to you and your belief system. Capabilities and skills. These are your talents and abilities. Behaviors. Behaviors are the acts that you take. Context or setting. The context or setting includes the other people in the immediate vicinity. This is the smallest amount of variation. Each logical level's job is to organize and guide the information beneath it. Consequently, altering a lower level could alter a higher level, and according to NLP theory, making a change at a higher level would often result in lower levels. The saying, "the map is not the land," sums up a central principle of NLP because it emphasizes the contradictions between belief and fact. It emphasizes that everyone works from their point of view rather than from a position of objectivity. NLP proponents argue that everyone's view of the world is skewed, constrained, and special. As a result, an NLP therapist must be aware of how a client perceives their map and the impact this interpretation may have on the client's thoughts and actions. Data obtained through the senses is used to create an individual's map of the globe. Auditory, visual, olfactory, gustatory, and kinesthetic information are all examples of sensory input. NLP practitioners agree that the consistency and value of this knowledge vary by person, and that each person processes their interactions through a primary representational mechanism, PRS. For an NLP therapist to interact successfully with a client, the therapist must try to match the client's PRS to use their chart. NLP practitioners assume that signals such as eye motions can be used to access representational structures. NLP therapists help people understand their thought and behavioral patterns and their emotional state and goals. The therapist will help a person identify and improve the skills that better support them and create new methods to replace ineffective ones by looking at their map. Individuals in recovery will use this process to help them achieve their treatment goals. NLP proponents say that the method produces fast, long-lasting results and improves cognitive and behavioral patterns. NLP also aims to help people improve their imagination and problem-solving skills by establishing meaningful contact between conscious and unconscious mental processes. Some NLP proponents equate the technique to cognitive behavioral therapy, CBT, but claim that beneficial results can be achieved faster with NLP. Since its conception, neurolinguistic programming has been used to treat a broad range of issues. Here are a few examples. Anxiety, phobias, and panic. Communication issues. Post-traumatic stress. Depression. Attention deficit hyperactivity. Addiction. Schizophrenia. Obsessions and compulsions. And borderline personality. Scientific studies have looked into the efficacy of NLP as a treatment tool, but they are few. Researchers looked at whether the language and visualization methods used in neurolinguistic programming could help children with special education needs prepare for classroom learning in a 2013 report. According to the researchers, NLP methods help the children cultivate a constructive mindset conducive to learning. It was clarified, however, that these were brief preliminary conclusions. In addition to the other constraints, the sample size was limited to only 7 children. Eye movement, according to NLP practitioners, may be a reliable predictor for lie detection. In a series of 3 studies published in 2012, researchers put this claim to the test. Participants' eye movements telling the truth or lying did not fit suggested NLP trends in the first sample. In the second experiment, one party was informed about the NLP eye movement hypothesis, while the other was not. After a lie detection test, however, there was no noticeable difference between the 2 classes. The eye movements of each party were coded at public press conferences in the third sample. Again, there was no discernible difference in their eye movements. Researchers published a systematic study of the effects of NLP on health in 2012. 10 bits of research were reviewed in this study, which addressed topics such as substance abuse, anxiety, weight management, morning sickness, and claustrophobia. The researchers concluded that while there was no clear evidence that NLP was unsuccessful, there was no evidence that it improved health. Neurolinguistic programming is difficult to describe as a treatment modality, in part because of its eclectic nature. The lack of empirical evidence to support the many big statements made by advocates is perhaps the most important weakness of neurolinguistic programming. Although there have been countless positive testimonials, there have been few research studies to date that include solid, unbiased proof that it is a successful mode of treatment for mental health issues. Richard Bandler, one of the co-founders of NLP, has often expressed his dissatisfaction with NLP's scientific research. Furthermore, due to a lack of oversight in training and certification, many people have become NLP practitioners despite having no relevant expertise or a background in mental health. Chapter 12. Reverse Psychology. Reverse psychology, also known as strategic self-ant conformity, is a strategy that entails lobbying for a behavior that is contrary to the desired outcome. The theory is that by asking for the opposite of what you want, the other person would choose to partake in the desired action. If it can be viewed as a method of controlling the actions of another person, it can also be viewed as a means of coercion. The person who is the target of this strategy is usually unaware of what is going on and may be unaware of the other person's true motivations. Even if you're not aware of it at the time, you've most likely used reverse psychology to convince others to do something. Although it may not always be obvious, knowing what it is and how it works may help you recognize it in your own life and understand when it is most appropriate to use. Reverse psychology symptoms. The concept of reverse psychology is based on a psychological phenomenon known as reactance. Reacting to those trying to convince you means getting a strong negative response. You do the exact opposite to what they're trying to convince you to do due to your negative reaction. People may be attempting to demonstrate their independence and sovereignty by doing the opposite of what has been suggested. Although reverse psychology can be subtle at times, there are some indicators to search for to help you identify this form of persuasion. The following are indications that someone is engaged in reverse psychology. A person will make unnecessarily critical statements that appear to be intended to elicit a reaction. You feel that someone needs you to do something, but would not make a clear request. They keep repeating the same idea to the point that you want to do the opposite. The option they are arguing for is not compatible with their previous choices. Someone who unexpectedly begins arguing against behavior they usually prefer is one indication that they are using reverse psychology. For example, if you're trying to decide what movie to watch, it would be unusual if your friend, who usually prefers romantic comedies, suddenly began arguing that you should watch the new horror film. In this scenario, the friend suggests the movie they don't want to see, in the hopes that you will choose the one they do. Reverse psychology examples. There are some popular examples of how reverse psychology is used in everyday life. Marketing and sales campaigns often use reverse psychology to persuade people to purchase products and services. A salesperson, for example, can make a very high sales pitch and press the customer to buy something. However, the salesperson's true goal is to entice the customer to answer by agreeing to take a much less expensive deal. Parents also use reverse psychology to persuade their children to do what they want them to do. A parent, for example, may tell their child not to pick up their toys in their room in the hopes that the child will do the opposite. In marriages, people use reverse psychology to persuade their partners to act in such ways. For example, one partner will say that they wish their partner would clean up the garage, but they know they won't have the time. The partner may then respond by cleaning the garage to prove their partner incorrect. According to research, reverse psychology is a popular technique used in the real world, and it can sometimes be very successful. How to get started. You might take a few different approaches if you choose to use reverse psychology to manipulate others. As an example, put a stop to the desired action. That's not anything you can do. Disallow the desired action. Don't do it. Insinuate that the individual is unable to perform the desired action. I'm sure you couldn't do it anyway. Suppress the desired action. I'd never want that. Contrast the desired action with something else. You should do this because it is far superior to that. However, it is critical to understand when this approach could be the most successful. Reverse psychology works better for individuals who are naturally resistant to conformity. Having a direct request is normally much more successful with more compliant people. The influence of reverse psychology. Reverse psychology has some benefits, but it also has some drawbacks. On the plus side, it can frequently be used to persuade people to participate in activities that are in their best interests. For example, telling a child not to eat their vegetables may be a way to motivate them to consume healthier foods, in a way that makes them feel like they are the ones making the decision. When interacting with someone who tends to defy standards, forbidding them from engaging in the desired behavior may be a way to promote more socially acceptable behavior. However, it is a manipulation technique that often leaves people feeling manipulated. If a person believes that you are constantly using this tactic to get them to do what you want, they will believe that they cannot trust you. When working with someone who has low self-esteem, reverse psychology may be a bad decision. Since these people sometimes do not trust their judgment, they are way more likely to value your opinions. If you advocate for the polar opposite of what you want, you can find that this tactic backfires. Tips. Things to think about if you want to use reverse psychology. Use this strategy sparingly. Never use reverse psychology to exploit others. Understand when to use it most effectively, which is typical with someone argumentative or contrarian. Don't fight too hard for something you don't like. Be prepared to bear the repercussions if the other person takes what you believe to be the wrong decision. Think of other, more honest choices that can lead to improved communication. If you think someone is trying to use reverse psychology on you, you can do a few things. First, you should ask them to justify why they choose the choice that they are fighting for. Consider your choices until you've determined what they want you to choose. You could choose the choice they don't want you to choose, or you could propose a different alternative entirely. Finally, don't be afraid to confront anyone if you suspect they are attempting to use reverse psychology on you. When that person knows you understand what's going on, they'll be less likely to use the same strategy again. Potential pitfalls. Before deciding to use reverse psychology, there are a few pitfalls to be aware of. Damage to your relationships. Other people's confidence in you can be eroded if they believe you attempt to exploit them on purpose. If it becomes a recurring issue, they will doubt your motives and refuse to listen to your advice. Since they can't believe what you're doing, they'll always believe they'll never know what you want. Your relationship could be significantly harmed as a result of this. The potential to backfire. You could get the opposite of what you want if the person you're trying to convince values your viewpoints or is an agreeable person who likes to go with the flow rather than to rock the boat. Rather than choosing the polar opposite of what you're saying, they'll agree. At that point, you have no choice but to accept the thing that you didn't want. If your effort to use reverse psychology fails, you'll have to either confess that you were attempting to manipulate them, or find a way to justify your sudden change of heart. People also use reverse psychology to get what they want or to achieve their goals. And if you haven't seen it before, you've most likely seen it used by someone else. When reverse psychology occurs, it is not always easy to spot. Therefore, it may be beneficial to understand what it is, how it is used, and how and why it functions. What exactly is reverse psychology? The idea of reverse psychology can seem a little perplexing at first, but it makes sense when examined more closely. The Cambridge English Dictionary defines reverse psychology as a method of persuading someone to do what you want by telling them to do the opposite and expecting them to disagree. Reverse psychology is achieving what you want by asking or implying what you don't want. Scientists refer to this as strategic self-anti-conformity because your articulated demand contradicts what you want. The word also acknowledges reverse psychology as a tactic. Rather than expressing your desires directly, you conceal them and ask for the opposite of what you desire. When using reverse psychology, you use terms that mean what someone can do even though you want them to do the opposite. What exactly is reactance? Reactance is a psychological concept that refers to the uneasy feeling you get when you believe your freedom is in danger. When experiencing reactance, the normal response is to do the opposite of what is requested to demonstrate your freedom. If you've had independence in the past, and it's unexpectedly taken away from you, you're likely to respond. If a parent informs a child that he or she is no longer allowed to play video games after school after a long period, the child can become enraged. When this occurs, the child will almost certainly attempt to find a way to play them against their parents' permission. Reactance is central to reverse psychology. The strategy aims to instill this sense of reactance in someone so that they resist your specified demands. If you demand what you don't want, they will most likely do what you want due to reactance. Reverse psychology examples. Almost everybody has a story about how they used or were used by reverse psychology. Although they do not use the word reverse psychology, the meaning is obvious. Scientists have also researched reverse psychology and discovered many applications for it. It's used deliberately and liberally in sales and marketing. Reverse psychology in sales. Reverse psychology is used in several well-known sales methods. The door-in-the-face technique is one of them. When a salesman makes an outrageous sales pitch, this strategy is used. The buyer may feel compelled to buy whatever product or service is being offered at this stage. However, this isn't always the sale the salesperson is looking for. Instead, they're attempting to entice the potential customer to hold back by presenting a smaller bid, which the customer would be less receptive and more likely to accept. Perhaps the salesperson begins with a presentation for a top-of-the-line vacuum cleaner. They go on about the features, but then they bring up the price in thousands of dollars. When you object, they sell a less expensive vacuum, which now seems to be a more fair purchase. And this was the commodity they had been trying to market all along. Reverse psychology in marketing. The use of reverse psychology in marketing is becoming increasingly common among high-end retailers. There is no signage on the outside of the shop. Nothing about it suggests it's even a shop, far less a prestigious Prada store. This gives the impression that they aren't just trying to sell to anybody who comes in the door. You must be aware that it exists, or you risk missing it. This adds to the mystery and exclusivity of the piece. Customers concerned about being left out are more likely to visit the shop and make a purchase. Parenting with reverse psychology. Parenting is unquestionably one of life's most daunting jobs. As a parent, you must find a balance between controlling your child's behavior and encouraging them to mature into self-sufficient adults. A child's sense of right and wrong often clashes with their best interests. There could be a fight between the parent and the child if this happens. Some parents overcome this conflict by using reverse psychology to encourage their children to make the right decisions for themselves. When a child refuses to consume nutritious foods, this is an example. While the parent may insist that they eat carrots, the child may respond negatively to being compelled to do something they don't want to do. On the other hand, if the parent tells the child that the carrots in the fridge are for the parents, and that children are not allowed to eat them, the child would happily eat them with no resentment. Reverse psychology in teaching. Teachers often use reverse psychology to pique students' interest in challenging subjects. If done right, this can have a lot of benefits. A teacher who requires their students to read a challenging book that isn't compulsory reading, for example, may have more luck implying that the book is too difficult for them or graded at a higher grade level. Students can try to locate and read the book to disprove their instructor. However, if the instructor advised them to read it, few would likely do so. Reverse psychology in relationships. In relationships, reverse psychology can be a concern. It can seem to be a devious strategy for getting what you want to the detriment of your partner. Consider the following scenario. You want your spouse to go to the supermarket for you. Instead of asking them directly, you warn them that the traffic will likely be too much for them. They could do it to prove you wrong if they think you feel that way. There are some flaws in this case. First, if you use this tactic often, your partner will lose trust in your words and become enraged if they suspect you of manipulating them. Using reverse psychology in relationships, on the other hand, could backfire. They will believe what you say rather than fighting back. They can avoid driving in traffic and become entirely reliant on you for transportation, eventually losing confidence in their abilities. Is reverse psychology effective? Reverse psychology can be effective. In reality, researchers concluded in 2 studies that reverse psychology can achieve its target in some cases. Reverse psychology, on the other hand, does not always work. Several variables must come into play for reverse psychology to work, including the target person's belief in the ruse. Before they respond by doing the opposite, they must assume that you want them to do something. They must also be unaware that you're using reverse psychology. Finally, some individuals are more vulnerable to the effects of reverse psychology than others. Which people are susceptible to reverse psychology? People with a laid-back, relaxed disposition are less likely to fall prey to reverse psychology because they experience less reactance. So, who experiences reactance and reacts by doing the polar opposite of what is expected? Reverse psychology is more likely to convince irritable, stubborn, or excessively emotional people. Furthermore, since children's cognitive growth is less advanced than that of adults, they may not detect cues that someone uses reverse psychology on them. Teens may have the cognitive capacity to understand what's going on, but their reactance may be so intense that they do the exact opposite of what's anticipated. How to use reverse psychology. It's easy to figure out how to use reverse psychology. Everything you have to do is claim the polar opposite of what you want. Here are some pointers. Make sure the individual is aware of the choice you want and then argue against it. Use nonverbal signs to support your verbal statements on what you want. What are the negative consequences of reverse psychology? Reverse psychology may have some unfavorable consequences. It may cause others to doubt you if you use it too often. You may miss out on the opportunity to share your life authentically if you use it in a close relationship. If you use it to make important choices, you risk depriving the other person of the opportunity to have a say in something important to them. Furthermore, if used excessively, it can rob you of your ability to communicate directly and effectively over time, as you become more reliant on evasive communication strategies, such as reverse psychology. Is there a better option? What is the value of reverse psychology to you? Is it a tactic that will lead to less satisfying relationships? Or is it a method to get what you want? Reverse psychology can be used effectively and without hurting someone in certain situations. It's important to understand that reverse psychology is a technique and not genuine communication. It would help if you shared who you are, articulate what you need, and want more straightforward ways to have a fulfilling relationship. You can find it difficult to change your relationships if you find that they are entirely based on techniques like reverse psychology rather than honest communication. If this is the case, a psychologist will assist you in developing healthy communication skills. You will learn to express who you are while still respecting the needs, desires, and boundaries through counseling. Chapter 13. Emotional Intelligence. Emotional intelligence involves the capability to understand, use, and control one's own emotions to alleviate anxiety, interact effectively, empathize with others, solve problems, and diffuse conflict. Emotional intelligence aids in developing stronger relationships, academic and professional success, and the attainment of career and personal objectives. It can also assist you in interacting with your emotions, putting your intentions into effect, and making educated choices about what is most important to you. There are 4 characteristics that are widely used to describe emotional intelligence. 1. Self-control. You can control impulsive thoughts and actions, handle your emotions in healthy ways, take action, keep promises, and adjust to changing circumstances. 2. Self-awareness. You are conscious of your feelings and how they influence your thoughts and actions. 3. Empathy. You are socially conscious. You can read other people's thoughts, desires, and worries, pick up on emotional cues, feel at ease in social situations, and identify power dynamics in a community or organization. 4. Relationship management. You understand how to build and sustain positive relationships, connect effectively, empower and influence others, collaborate effectively, and resolve conflict. What is the significance of emotional intelligence? We all know that the most popular and fulfilled people in life aren't always the brightest. You probably know someone who is academically brilliant, but socially incompetent, and fails at work or personal relationships. Intelligence, or the intelligence quotient, IQ, isn't enough to achieve success in life on its own. Yes, your IQ will help you get into college, but it's your emotional intelligence, EQ, that will help you deal with the tension and emotions of the final exams. Both IQ and EQ operate in tandem and work best when they complement one another. Emotional intelligence affects your performance at school or work. High emotional intelligence will assist you in navigating the social challenges of the workplace, leading and motivating others, and achieving professional success. In reality, many businesses now consider emotional intelligence to be as important as technical skill when evaluating important job applicants and use EQ testing before hiring. Your physical well-being. If you can't control your feelings, likely you can't control your tension. This can result in serious health issues. Uncontrolled stress boosts blood pressure, suppresses the immune system, raises the risk of heart attacks and strokes, causes infertility, and accelerates the aging process. Learning to handle stress is the first step toward increasing emotional intelligence. Your psychological well-being. Uncontrolled emotions and stress may have a negative effect on your mental health, putting you at risk for anxiety and depression. You'll find it difficult to develop strong relationships if you can't understand, accept, or control your emotions. This, in turn, will make you feel depressed and lonely, exacerbating any mental health problems you might be experiencing. Your friendships. You'll be better able to express yourself and understand how people feel if you understand your feelings and handle them. This enables you to connect more efficiently and build deeper relationships in both your professional and personal lives. Your social knowledge. Being in touch with your feelings has a social benefit, as it allows you to interact with other people and the world around you. You can tell a friend from a foe, gauge another person's interest in you, minimize tension, control your nervous system through social contact, and feel loved and comfortable if you have social intelligence. Increasing your emotional intelligence, EQ, requires 4 main skills. Emotional intelligence is a collection of skills that can be mastered at any time. However, it's important to note that there's a difference between learning about EQ and applying it to your life. Just because you realize you should do something doesn't mean you will, especially if you're stressed, which can overpower your best intentions. To maintain emotional awareness, you must learn how to resolve tension in the moment and your relationships to alter actions in ways that stand up under pressure permanently. The following are the most important skills for increasing your EQ and enhancing the ability to control emotions and communicate with others. 1. Self-management. 2. Self-awareness. 3. Social awareness. And 4. Relationship management. Building emotional intelligence. 1. Self-management. You must be able to use your feelings to make good decisions about your actions to engage your EQ. When you are overly nervous, you will lose control of your emotions and your ability to act thoughtfully and properly. Consider a moment when you were overcome by tension. Was it easy to think logically and make a sound decision? Most likely not. When you're stressed out, your ability to think objectively and correctly evaluate feelings, both your own and others, is harmed. Emotions are vital pieces of information that tell you about yourself and others. But when confronted with tension that forces us out of our comfort zone, we can become frustrated and lose control. You can learn to receive disturbing knowledge without letting it override your emotions and self-control if you can handle tension and remain emotionally present. You'll be able to make decisions that help you handle impulsive feelings and actions, take action, stick to commitments, and adjust to changing circumstances. 2. Self-awareness. Stress management is just the first step toward developing emotional intelligence. According to attachment psychology, your present emotional experience is most likely a result of your early life experience. The quality and consistency of your early life emotional experiences also determine your ability to handle core emotions like rage, sadness, fear, and joy. If your primary caregiver recognized and cherished your emotions as a child, your emotions might have developed into valuable assets in adulthood. If, on the other hand, your emotional interactions as a child were perplexing, threatening, or traumatic, you've probably sought to separate yourself from your feelings. However, knowing how emotions affect your thoughts and behavior requires connecting to your emotions, having a moment-to-moment interaction with your shifting emotional experience. Do you have feelings that flow, where you experience one emotion after another as your circumstances change? Are you experiencing physical sensations in your stomach, throat, or chest due to your emotions? Do you have distinct feelings and emotions, such as rage, sorrow, fear, and joy, expressed in subtle facial expressions? Can you have powerful feelings that captivate your attention as well as the attention of others? Do they factor into the decision-making process? Do you have a good handle on your emotions? If you haven't had any of these emotions before, you might have turned off your emotions. You must reconnect with your core emotions, embrace them, and relax to improve your EQ and become emotionally stable. This can be accomplished by practicing mindfulness. Mindfulness is the act of deliberately concentrating one's attention on the present moment without passing judgment on it. Mindfulness cultivation has its origins in Buddhism, but most religions have similar prayer or meditation. Mindfulness will help you change your focus from thinking to appreciating the present moment, your physical and emotional experiences, and gaining a broader perspective on life. Mindfulness helps you to relax and concentrate while also increasing your self-awareness. Emotional knowledge development. It's important first to learn how to handle stress so you can feel more at ease, reconnecting with intense or negative emotions, and improving how you view and react to them. Use Help Guide's free Emotional Intelligence Toolkit to improve your emotional sensitivity. 3. Social awareness. You should use social awareness to understand and interpret the often nonverbal signs others use to interact with you. These signals reveal how people feel, how their emotional state changes with time, and what is truly important to them. You can read and understand the power dynamics and mutual emotional experiences as they send out similar nonverbal cues. In a nutshell, you're empathetic and socially at ease. Mindfulness is an ally of emotional and social awareness. You must understand the importance of mindfulness in the social process to develop social awareness. When you're in your mind, worrying about other things, or just tuning out on your computer, you can't pick up on subtle nonverbal signals. Being socially conscious necessitates being present in the moment. Although many of us pride ourselves on our ability to multitask, doing so means you'll miss out on subtle emotional shifts in others that can help you fully comprehend them. By putting those thoughts aside and concentrating on the interaction itself, you are potentially more likely to achieve your social goals. Following the flow of another person's emotional responses is a two-way street that allows you to be aware of changes in your emotional state. Being aware of others does not mean that you are less aware of yourself. You will gain insight into your emotional state and values and beliefs by taking the time and effort to listen to others. For example, if hearing someone share those viewpoints makes you uncomfortable, you've learned something about yourself. Number 4, relationship management. Working well with others starts with emotional sensitivity and the ability to consider and comprehend what other people are going through. Once you have emotional maturity, you will develop additional social emotional skills to improve the effectiveness, fruitfulness, and fulfillment of your relationships. Recognize how powerful your nonverbal communication is. It's difficult to resist giving others nonverbal messages about your thoughts and feelings. The numerous muscles in the face, especially those around the eyes, nose, mouth, and forehead, assists you in both expressing and reading other people's emotional intent without using words. Others cannot forget the emotional portion of your brain if you ignore its signals. Recognizing the nonverbal signals you give to others will help you improve your relationships significantly. To alleviate tension, use laughter and play. Humor, laughter, and play are all normal stress relievers. They lighten your load and assist you in keeping things in perspective. Laughter helps balance your nervous system, decreasing tension, calming you down, sharpening your mind, and increasing empathy. Learn to look at conflict as an opportunity to get to know someone better. In human relationships, conflict and disagreement are unavoidable. At any given moment, two people cannot possibly have the same desires, beliefs, or aspirations. That, however, does not have to be a negative thing. People's faith can be strengthened by resolving conflict in a positive, constructive manner. Conflict fosters independence, innovation, and protection in relationships when it is not viewed as harmful or punishing. Read human personality. There is a pattern that, once understood, allows you to read a person like a book. We eventually spent some time talking about the topic, and he discovered that these secrets could be extremely useful while he is counseling and advising others. I'm still fascinated by the field of body language today. It is particularly beneficial to understand the other party in any discussion. This applies to every form of human interaction, including sales, negotiations, and relationship development. It also can build a psychological profile on someone without my permission. So, to demonstrate how to read a person like a novel efficiently, I'll bring up the subject of trust. How do you tell if anyone is self-assured? Plus, if you master trust-inspiring body language, you can use it to project confidence in yourself. I'll demonstrate some traits of a positive person based on 4 aspects of their body: verbal communication, eye contact, hand movements, and facial expressions. Step 1. Take a look at how you communicate verbally. It would help if you always double-checked your and the other party's verbal contact. A self-assured person always talks without hesitation and is very spontaneous and enthusiastic. They'll most likely be charming and entertaining as well. Step 2. Keep your gaze fixed on the person you're speaking with. Make sure you maintain eye contact with the other person to gauge his or her level of trust. A positive person maintains more and longer eye contact with someone with whom they are conversing. Step 3. Make active hand motions. Hand movements are also an integral part of gaining a deeper subconscious understanding of an individual. A confident individual makes outward and away from their body gestures. This indicates that the optimistic person believes that he or she will positively impact the people and activities around them. Step 4. Use the correct facial expressions. Keep an eye out for the whole face's overall expression. A confident person's voice is typically in line with the conversation's meaning. If they're having a lighthearted chat, their faces are as playful as a child's. If the talk is intense, however, it will be firm and resolute. You can be fairly certain that by following these 4 measures, you will be able to assess the other person's level of trust correctly. Chapter 14. Body Language. Body language, whether you know it or not, is a major factor in how someone you encounter forms an opinion about you. Listening skills are a must in many careers, particularly those that include helping others, and they are critical for building positive client relationships. If you're assisting people in maintaining their relationships, providing business advice, or counseling them on some other issue, they'll notice your body language. Demonstrating strong listening skills helps people feel more at ease. Poor body language can cause you to miss out on a significant opportunity. It is not critical that you listen carefully and honestly to every single word. Your body language gives others the impression that they are important and that you are paying attention to them. It's crucial to understand the symptoms of a bad listener in this situation, and you can try to avoid all of them. You cross your arms over your chest, tap your toes nervously, lean or turn to look away too often, or look now and then while listening. You are signaling to the other person that you are uninterested in what he or she is saying. This will almost certainly result in the breakup of the relationship, as well as significant financial losses. So, what can you do to start sending constructive messages to the person you're speaking with through your body language? To begin, make an effort to face the other person directly. If you want to send a constructive message, don't look away. Then, there's the position of your body during contact. You should stand with your arms outstretched. If you cross your arms or legs, the other person will believe you are uninterested in what they have to say. When you lean forward while conversing with others, your body language communicates that you pay more attention to what they say. Leaning away, on the other hand, means that you are uninterested. The more important thing is eye contact. Attempt to maintain normal eye contact at all times. If you keep looking down, it indicates that you are uninterested in the topic and feel awkward. Furthermore, the importance of a relaxed stance cannot be overstated. Do not attempt to be stiff. When conversing with others, you should not be too formal. If you believe you have lost a lot of money in the past due to your bad body language, you can immediately begin following the tips mentioned above. Body language talks all of the time. When you leave your house, your body language starts to speak for you. Even if you aren't speaking, how you stand, sit, and use your hands is interpreted as contact by others. So, if you don't have a good understanding of body language, your body language will not always fit your intentions, and people will misinterpret your message. When your body language contradicts your motives, you risk losing your reputation, which could cost you a lot of money. Maintaining credibility. So, what would you do to keep your reputation intact? To be more trustworthy and professional in the eyes of others, we should first understand a bit more about body language. Make your entrance as optimistic as possible whenever you encounter a customer for any form of company. How are you going to do it? As soon as you reach the customer's premises, you should begin talking about the company. A negative impression would be made while you are poring over papers or digging through your briefcase. And if you have to wait a while, the best way to pass the time is to read a magazine. Some tips on the subject of body language. Another important piece of body language advice is to shake hands warmly and firmly. The next step is to choose a chair to sit in. You can never say that you can only sit at the other person's request. Instead, pick the most suitable chair and take a seat right away. Never, however, sit too close or too far away from the client. The amount of room you can hold depends on the customer's personality. A shy person would choose to sit farther away from others than an outgoing person. The ideal distance, however, is between 20 and 50 inches. When attempting to emphasize a specific point, you can lean forward to get closer to the customer. The importance of eye contact and your voice. Another important aspect of body language is eye contact. The message that you are a genuine, sincere, and open person can be conveyed through eye contact and a smile on your face. A lack of eye contact and a tendency to look here and there repeatedly sends the message that you lack faith in yourself. However, stop looking at the other person, since this will make the customer feel uneasy. Always strive to talk in a normal tone of voice. Your customer's attention will be drawn to you immediately if your voice is passionate. Body language. What different postures mean. The tone of your voice is much more important than the words you say. The way you pronounce your terms, rather than what you say, is referred to as body language. When you talk in a natural tone and with a normal volume, your body language is considered outstanding. Professionalism is demonstrated by a well-modulated voice with a natural rhythm and pace, demonstrating interest and passion. You should use as few complex sentences as possible while speaking. On the other hand, using or ah, or clearing your throat excessively sends the message that you're nervous. Concentrate on posture and gesture. If you want to improve your body language, pay attention to your movements and postures. Here are a few simple ways to strengthen your stance. You should always walk with your arms swinging and in an open manner, but you should always stand up in an upright stance. When you maintain eye contact with the other person, cup your chin between your thumb and finger, brush the bridge of the nose with your fingertips, or hit the chin. You are showing sincere interest in what is being said. Some negative indicators. Bad body language, on the other hand, suggests nervous gestures that indicate a lack of focus. In reality, all you have to do is avoid appearing nervous and be aware of the message you're sending through your body language. Folding your arms around your stomach, crossing your legs, attempting to pick up lint that isn't on your clothing, or moving your hands around on your face, for example, communicates your dissatisfaction with the other person's point of view. Blinking your eyes repeatedly, coughing several times, turning away while speaking, and moving your eyes rapidly to various locations are all signs of a negative attitude. Frustration. When you point your index finger at something, you're expressing your displeasure with your body language. Wringing your hands, fidgeting with your hair, and clenching your fists tightly are all signs of irritation. What is the effective way to convey boredom? If the listener's eyes are not fixed on the person speaking, if he has a sloppy body stance, or is preoccupied with something other than listening to what is being said, he is bored. When you meet people from various backgrounds, the importance of body language grows even more. Chapter 15. The Psychology of Death. Death is more fascinating than life because even though we know what happens in life, we don't seem to know much about death. Death's enigmatic nature makes it an intriguing subject for psychology, and it, like many other topics, has received insufficient attention from psychologists. Freud dealt extensively with this, and there have been some very basic studies on death. Finally, we must recognize that psychology is still an evolving and new topic, with many unexplored fields, including the psychology of death. While Freud and psychoanalysis provided extensive death psychology, we must consider other dimensions and attempt to link death theory with the psychological aspects of dying to understand the process. Yes, death is indeed a process. It is life's otherness. It is not only the beginning and end of all life forms, but it is also a feeling and, according to some philosophies, a condition of nature. The Psychology of Death by Robert Kastenbaum examines several major questions and answers regarding the process of death. However, there are also unanswered questions. Death is very important to us because it is a certain fact of life. We will all die, as will anyone else. This is one fact of existence that we cannot ignore, that we cannot resolve, that we cannot prevent or stop. It is unavoidable. However, it is perhaps the most ambiguous and strange phenomenon, since we never know when or how we will die, or what death is. This definiteness and indefiniteness fascinates psychologists, and death can have several aspects distinguished by two distinct features: the experience of death and the mechanism of death. This perception develops in childhood when we try to understand what death is when we see people dying. Children perceive death with more curiosity than fear, and see it as fundamentally different and external when people around them die. It is characterized by lack of movement, coldness, and lifelessness of the material body, cessation of senses, and loss or absence of all life. Thus, initially, we are all motivated by curiosity to know what death is, and perception of death as it happens in others is the first step towards understanding it. As we grow up, this perception translates to fear about the process of death. When we die, we lose not just life, but also all social attachments, and the fear of loneliness finally makes us afraid of it. So death fear is a fear of becoming lonely, or changing from life to lifelessness and uncertainty. Thus, the perception of death seems to be closely related to the perception of fear. Although Freud would say that death instinct is only another manifestation of aggressive instincts, and that we all even have an urge to die, the death fear is peculiarly complementary to the urge for death. In other words, we are all terrified of death, but still have a strong desire to die. Knowing that all life ends in death, we need to overcome this fear and embrace death as the most challenging challenge we will face in our lives. With human development, this perception is guided by both fear and the urge. Freud's death instinct is characterized by fear and the inner emotional challenge to overcome the death fear, resulting in almost an urge as in the death instinct. Psychology will have to differentiate between the perception of death and the process of death, and more research will have to be undertaken on the experience itself and what it feels like to be dying. This is possible through accounts of near-death encounters, the symptoms of brain death and coma, and the investigation of certain bodily processes close to the experience of dying. This offers an understanding of the phase of death and the psychological nuances associated with it. On the other hand, perception of death often employs all senses because it often triggers an otherness, a change from the living being to the dead and even. Yet, it evokes dread because it is often associated with darkness and uncertainty. This perception is about using our senses to understand death around us and understand what death is from an external perspective. Understanding the process of death itself from a first-person internal perspective would mean going beyond the senses to find other ways of experiencing death. Death could be understood from a developmental perspective, and death is seen as a construct in psychology. This death perception seems to vary in childhood, adolescence, and old age. Traditionally, psychologists have associated the perception of death with the reactions of shock, denial, anger, bargaining, grief, and acceptance. The shock of learning about death goes into denying that death is real, along with anger. Then we try to provide justifications while finally accepting the process. And this is true irrespective of whether the death is our impending fate or that of others. Perception of the death of others and foreseeing our death in the future put us through a period of grief and depression. It is important to provide a child with a realistic appraisal as the child grows up with a certain understanding of dying. And this understanding will have to develop a healthy attitude towards death to prevent later complications with death perception that could lead to instances of suicide, murder, or mental illness following the death of close relatives. Thus, understanding death starts in infancy, as children learn what death is as people around them die, and continues through adolescence and even old age, when our perceptions of death shift as our views on life change. When we are children, we view death as a loss or strangeness when we touch a cold, dead body and feel radically different from a warm, living body. Still, when we mature into adolescence and adulthood and see our loved ones die, our experience becomes more rational. However, this instills anxiety, which can be resolved with a positive perspective on death. Adolescents' understanding of death is negatively influenced by unhealthy attitudes towards death, such as when it is viewed as an escape from life or a state of perpetual misery. The death impulse can result in suicide, death of the self, or loving death in others in murder. During old age, the impending reality of death leads to distress and anxiety. When this is accompanied by unrealistic perceptions, death as loneliness or punishment, even serious mental illness problems and depression could result. Thus, the perception of death goes through a transition from perceiving the death of others to realizing the death of self. I would consider this a perceptual change with age in understanding death, from death of others to death of self, and thus a transition from death fear to death feeling. Apart from further studies on the perception of death that evolves to death fear, and the process of death that evolves to death feeling, the emotions that go into understanding death, such as fear, anxiety, and uncertainty, will have to be studied by psychology in this context. The change in perception of death from childhood through adolescence and old age, and how this change relates to attitudes towards life in general, are some of the topics that can be studied within this context. Chapter 16. Exploring Yourself with Psychology. A person's psyche is as vast and complex as the galaxy in which we live. Your emotions, behaviors, and ideas are the product of complex processes that develop in our brains. Psychology is a science branch that studies the mind to understand behavior, sentimental and subconscious states, and other aspects of human life, such as relationships and human relations. The online psychology forum helps us learn more about our personality, and by enhancing our knowledge, it eventually helps men and women grow more as wise beings. One might argue that a common definition of psychotherapy is any conversation between individuals that is psychologically restorative. People constantly engage in chit-chats with other people in which they share psychologically important stories from their personal lives. Furthermore, people are increasingly interested in comparing their characteristics to those of others. This type of behavior is essentially diagnostic and is often used in psychology knowledge forum debates. It's amazing how ordinary women and men can be very inventive and capable of evaluating facts using psychological language. Carl Gustav Jung was a well-known Swiss psychiatrist who developed the field of analytical psychology. Jung's most important theories revolved around the concepts of archetypes and the collective unconscious. Carl Jung suggested a fundamental proponent that is part of any living thing's unconscious psyche. This factor was dubbed the collective unconscious by him. Jung explained how the collective unconscious's goal was to manage an individual's uniquely particular life experiences in a structure that corresponded to all humans. Jung assumed that the collective unconscious is a part of a person's mind, passed down by inheritance, rather than a singularly formulated part of a person's mind. Different interpretations of Jung's ideas on the collective unconscious are often debated in psychology forum debates. Nonetheless, various interpretations of Jung's research have resulted in many psychologists following his pursuit of theoretical psychology. There are several sub-disciplines within psychology. The analysis in developmental psychology is one of these subcategories. Developmental psychology is concerned with the progression of a person's mind throughout their life. The Developmental Psychology online forum investigates the changes within a person's worldview, emotions, and attitudes as they mature. Over the last century, significant advances have been made in understanding how babies and young children's brains grow. These advancements also assisted various psychiatrists in developing ideas related to schooling and learning and how children and people in general learn. Many of the current teaching frameworks used in public schools are based on these concepts. The fundamental psychology methods, such as evaluation, appraisal, and critical thinking, are skills that both men and women possess. Many psychology online communities are populated by ordinary men and women with no formal training in psychology. However, these ordinary people discuss psychological subjects in extremely scientific ways, using analytical reasoning. This is a clear example from many incidents worldwide. Ordinary people demonstrate that they use the psychological investigation to decipher their behavior, the people around them, and their significant life experiences. The importance of psychology cannot be overstated. Various psychology subjects. What were they thinking anyway? What is their mental state like? Why do they behave the way they did? If you ask about people regularly, you may be a good fit for a psychology degree. The study of how the human mind functions is known as psychology. You may take several courses in psychology that address topics including motivation, perception, brain functioning, emotional functioning, and interpersonal relationships. Each undergraduate course is designed to assist you in determining which field of psychology you would like to pursue further. And there are a plethora of psychology areas to choose from. There are 3 basic types of psychology that you can research, each with many subcategories. Let's look at each of them. Academic psychology is the first major group. This category contains the fundamental fields of psychology, which are covered in every undergraduate psychology degree. Professional psychology is the second most important subcategory. These are the areas of psychology where you can pursue a career. Each of these categories necessitates additional education and training. Clinical psychology, the application of psychological theories and practices to alleviate maladjustment and disabilities. Counseling, the application of psychological practices to increase individual functioning. Educational psychology, the application in an educational setting. Forensic psychology, the application of criminal law. And health psychology, the study of how biology, behavior, and health interact, are all included in the professional field, the study of how psychological aspects affect sports. Popular psychology is the third and final level. There are facets of psychology that have not yet been classified as clinical, but are still important to the field. These types include child psychology, evolutionary psychology, transpersonal psychology, military psychology, risk psychology, paranormal psychology, music psychology, political psychology, jail psychology, and positive psychology. As you can probably see, this is a vast area. There are numerous areas of research in this field that you can pursue after completing your undergraduate degree. Whatever area you want to study, make sure to do your homework. A PhD in this field will take years to complete, so make sure that the field you choose is one that you can enjoy studying for the rest of your life. The recent days are the days of controversies for Hollywood. Almost every film, has some other controversies. One is related to caste, while the other is related to the region, yet another to religion. But surprisingly, the controversy begins few days ahead of the film's release, and more surprisingly, this becomes the talk of the town. This talk among the mass creates more curiosity to know what exactly the controversy is all about. There is a mad rush of fans and those curious lot at the theaters on the first few days of the film's release. This fetches huge collections, and the film is considered a super hit. Though media channels constantly speak about these type of controversies as free advertisements to the films, we call it reverse psychology. Reverse psychology is a mind-bending technique that involves giving the impression that you want one thing, but indeed want something else. It makes you influence others' thoughts to change without being direct, so they maintain the responsibility of making that change. It manipulates someone's thinking process that concludes an expected transition with no apparent effect to detect, whether used positively or negatively. It is also defined as telling a person something opposite of what you want him to do or believe. This is theorized as people respond in an opposite or reverse direction of what they are told, by German psychologists Adorno and Horkheimer, which has been tested and proved in the late 1970s. Reverse psychology can be used in 1. Relationships. Men often complain that women always say the opposite of what they are thinking. Perhaps women are pre-programmed to be reverse psychologists? If you believe your wife is always saying the polar opposite of how she thinks, consider using the same idea. 2. At work. Reverse psychology can help you get the corner office, raise your salary, or even get promoted. This is particularly useful if you work in some sales. It's something you can use on your clients and customers. The idea is to pique your customers' interest right away by convincing them that they must have your product or service, that without it, their lives would be incomplete. Often, by using this tactic to make your customers believe that your loss is their gain, or have much more to lose than they do, you seem to be doing them a favor and become much more likely to close the deal. This technique has the potential to increase productivity and sales. 3. As parents. It's a well-known fact that children are infamous for waiting for you to say something before doing just the opposite. Nobody knows why, but children thrive on doing the exact opposite of what is expected of them. This might be considered reverse psychology in and of itself. So, as the genius parent you are, try applying some reverse psychology to yourself. When you tell your children the opposite of what you want them to do, they will, after some confusion, do exactly what you want. However, it's important to remember that children are impressionable beings. Using reverse psychology only in exceptional situations, and never in ways that could damage the child's understanding of self-esteem. So, how and when do you use reverse psychology on your children? Let's take a look at some examples. Reverse psychology should not be the first choice. If all other options have failed, use them sparingly. Instead of using a negative type, use a positive one. Positive reinforcement. Tell your child what she should do instead of what she shouldn't. Negative. Tell your child that she probably won't be able to improve. While this will motivate a child to study harder, the child is just as likely to believe you and give up. And the sensation can last for a long time. Give your child an option so that he feels self-sufficient. Okay, then if bath time is over, it's time for bed. For example, if he refuses to take a bath. Instead of giving orders, challenge your kid. I bet I can finish my vegetables before you finish yours. For example. Use a system of positive reinforcement. Create a prize jar for each child and put a coin in it if they complete a chore or act appropriately. Ensure that the prize money is distributed regularly, daily, weekly, etc. Avoid sibling rivalry if at all possible. Remain calm and prevent negative reactions when your children misbehave or are obstinate. When you lose your composure, you're setting yourself up for a lose-lose situation. Reverse psychology can be used successfully against the following people. 1. Narcissists. Narcissists are individuals that are only concerned about themselves and are unconcerned with anyone. They become disconnected from society and the world while thinking about themselves, and their lives become engrossed in an atmosphere where there is just isolation. Thus, they are deprived of the love and care they need, which causes them to lose their faith. Since they are easily irritated and prefer to work in the opposite direction, reverse psychology can be used successfully against them. 2. Overconfident people. These people have so much self-confidence that they believe they are ultimately the best and that everything they do is right. They believe it is pointless to listen to others' suggestions and advice. Such people are intelligent idiots, and anyone can easily exploit them by using reverse psychology techniques. 3. Stubborn people. A stubborn person refuses to change his or her ideas or beliefs based on the opinions of others and always attempts to prove himself right. Since they believe they are right and the rest of the world is incorrect, reverse psychology can be used against them. You can get your job done from a stubborn individual by supporting their viewpoints and using them to complete your task. 4. People with low willpower. People with low willpower are easily agitated and believe everything they are told. They seek guidance from various sources before making any decisions. In this comparison, they become perplexed and make poor decisions. As a result, reverse psychology will make use of them. 5. People who lack trust. Certain people have a pessimistic attitude about some things and lack confidence. These individuals are easily swayed by reverse psychology. What is reverse psychology and how can it be used? A few basic steps are as follows. 1. Recognize the individual. Since not everybody reacts to reverse psychology, you must be mindful of the type of person you are working with before using this technique. 2. Wait for the right situation. Reverse psychology is most effective when someone is too excited or emotional. 3. Respond in the opposite direction to what you're arguing about. 4. Be prepared to act. Do not threaten anyone unless you believe you will be able to take successful action against them. Reverse psychology's negative consequences. Since reverse psychology is a method that involves the use of the brain and psychology, it must be used with caution, or it can have negative consequences. It should only be used on the right person. Reverse psychology should only be used on the right person. It could be highly dangerous if used against the wrong person. Excessive use of reverse psychology can be harmful. Excessive use of reverse psychology can lead the other person to suspect that you are using it against him or her. In such a scenario, the individual will begin to behave in the opposite direction. As a result, if reverse psychology is applied correctly, it can be used extensively in everyday life. A critical and widespread application of reverse psychology is largely beneficial to human society. Conclusion. At this junction, it is time to conclude from these observations that social norms, laws, and morals are actually not normal for human beings. Society often forces group behavior based on the powerful want over the powerless. That survivalism is the standard in our culture, and that what society seeks to do is regulate the wild beast in every person by educating them from a young age to follow the laws, rules, and morality of the ruling community, which is generally wealthy, who control our governments and institutions. Should we then denounce those who believe society is not treating them fairly, when in reality, they should take whatever they need to thrive in a sometimes hostile world where privilege is determined by one's education, family, or wealth? Isn't it time for psychology to come out of the closet and acknowledge that normal human conduct contradicts rigid societies and rules? People hate society, but they feel helpless in trying to survive among the sheep because they are powerless against those who regulate lawmaking and morality. Is it any surprise, then, that now and then a lone person decides to alter society or their environment to live a more free and self-controlled existence, away from the rigors of societies that, as we have seen, inevitably break down and reinvent themselves as the newly rich and powerful take control? We have seen China transform from a depot-ruled empire to a military regime controlled by the wealthy and powerful, to a communist state in the 1950s, where Marxism determined a fair life for all, and finally to the China of today as a capitalist, socialist state based on a ruling party that determines the lives of the powerless populace, which fought for it. Will China experience another revolution in the future? It seems doubtful at the moment, amid turmoil in many parts of the country by minorities compelled to obey the central rule. Both empires are blind to their doom. How can psychology deal with the idea that human activity is a simple survival mechanism, that humans are inherently aggressive, cruel, and oppressive toward weaker ones? Psychiatry in mental institutions is often seen as social control agents. If you don't comply with society and its laws, you must be psychotic. And then you should be committed and monitored for everyone's safety and benefit. On the other hand, psychology is seen as the liberating component of mental well-being. We assist those out of touch with society to reintegrate into what is considered common behavior for that population. Where will the solution be for those who revolt against the society they live in and seek a different way of life, free of the powerful intervention and the freedom to live a life that suits them? Or do we wait for the disasters depicted in movies to occur, ushering in return to a dog-eat-dog life known as survivalism, the true social norm? This has been How to Analyze People with Dark Psychology, a speed guide to reading body language on sight, recognize personalities, avoid manipulation, and use the secrets of emotional intelligence to your advantage. Written by Leo Sanders. Narrated by Bonnie Rogers,